I was asking how everyone was doing, and my audio was off on OBS, so better to start for real this time. Yep, hi. I fixed it. Chat, before you panic. It'll take a second. Anyway. How's everyone doing for real this time? Because the mic's not muted this time. It's because my mic was not working for a second, and then I had to unplug it and replug it, so I muted it so you don't hear the of my squeaky, cheap mic arm. So. Oh, man. Okay, so now we need to check something. Because I've heard some goss and some tea.
Because it was news to Frog.
Y'all, are you, so there's been this very talked about call regarding Mamamax that Nicholas Diorio was talking about how he was going to leak eventually. And ladies, babies, many's, we got him. She's right there. Yeah. So, y'all, we have thank you, Panda Maru Draws. Yes, so now the call has been leaked, and I knew that this was coming. I knew it would come eventually. Anyway, so I wanted to have all of us suffer as an entity. So, and that's what we're doing. Also, I want to say, someone, and if they're watching, I just want them to know that I saw them. I was watching, so Foodie Beauty went on, like, really quick segue for a second. Foodie Beauty went on this, like, wild, like, 3-hour live stream tirade yesterday, and I missed it all because I was wallowing, probably. And he, and she obviously, like, you know, got rid of it. So I was watching French Fried Girl stream. We don't usually watch it too often, excuse me. And someone said they found Girl World through me in her chat. Like, they just linked me in the wild. And I was like, man, this is weird. Also, I commented on someone's TikTok who had like over 300k, not subscribers, that's not the same thing, followers. And then she like DMs me and she's like, wait, are you like actually Mika? Like, oh my god, that's crazy. And I'm just sitting here at my 30k sub range for like a year, and I'm just like, man, oh, watching everyone that I was like helping just like blow past me in subs, which is pretty epic. You know, I am a teacher by trade, aren't I? So also, really quick, I'm going to tell chat what happened to me last weekend. I went to the dog park last weekend, and when I parallel parked, I wanted to get closer to the curb. And then when I adjusted, I forgot to drive back forward. So half my car blocked someone's driveway for like half an hour. And in that time, the guy beat my car and ripped out my wiper blades, and the thing that holds in the wiper blades, tried to peel my license plate off with his bare hands, kicked a dent in my door, and threatened me. So, or like he said he wanted to like destroy my lights and stuff, and he was like screaming at me, and it was just like me, my friend who's like 4'10" and 100 pounds, and Gus. So it was awful. And everybody who I've talked to, like as far as like law enforcement, 911 operators, all that kind of stuff, have been like horrible to me. So a lot of, even the insurance company, because someone else like in November tried to cut me off at an intersection and drove into my door because I was coming out of the lane and they were behind me and they were like, oh, how's about I go first? And then bop, drove into my door. So I have that. And then I'm calling the insurance company and I'm like, yeah, I was kind of like the police and other people. It's hard for me to sit, but like, I was assaulted essentially, right? And I'm like telling the insurance company about it. And I said like the guy was in such a blind rage that he wasn't even speaking like normal sentences. And the insurance guy's like, well, ma'am, your premium's gonna go up a lot because you just filed a claim in November. Yeah. And I didn't really expect for a guy to like, go absolutely batshit and destroy my car. I know where he lives. Like I know who this is. Right? So I'm just kind of like, why don't you contact his insurance and make him pay for it? Because there's no reason. This was also like a rich guy, clean cut, like, really nice neighborhood, nice house. Like it was just somebody who like, so it's all these people like, or also I didn't call the police right away because I was trying to like get out of there and get my, tiny friend home safe. Yeah, it's also a brand new car and it's a special edition. So it's like thousands of dollars of damage. I have to file another insurance claim. We already pay $250 a month for insurance, so it's going to be even worse. And everybody's been treating me horribly. So I'm kind of just like not faring great. I haven't left my house since it happened, really. I just kind of like, yeah. From the cop being like, well, you shouldn't really do anything because it was just a wiper blade, to the insurance people being like, oh, well, it's kind of stupid that happened, isn't it? And then to like the 911 operator being like, well, man, it's a bit weird you didn't call yesterday. This was like less than 24 hours after. I want to add that as well. Yeah. So I don't know. I also don't necessarily want to go to court against someone who like is really loaded, Probably not the easiest route to take, His wife and daughter come out pleading for him to stop. That was crazy. So yeah, not that I can't already not afford the deductible from the first one. That's the other thing. My deductible on the first one's $1,000, and because it's a lease and it's a the frog's far away. I'm not gonna go get it. It's in the other room. So it's like not only is it like I can't afford the deductible from the first one. The guy's like, well, yeah, you would still have a $500 deductible on this one. And I'm just like, I have to pay $500 out of pocket to have my insurance go up because someone else essentially is hypothetically, allegedly in Minecraft assaulted me and destroyed my property. I don't know. Yeah, because the car's leased because my father-in-law has this obsession with like essentially flipping cars out of leases and talks about like, oh, it's cheaper if you do like all this math. Yeah, but it's not cheaper if one guy is late for his doctor's appointment, so he drives his car into yours, and then someone else is just like, cuckoo bananas and just rips it apart with his bare hands. Like these are not things that like that math doesn't work out for, and I've only I've only been driving since October. So I'm not doing it anymore. That's why I tweeted that I said I'm considering putting my I remember I saw this thing on Reddit or something. The one of the H3 podcast girls like took an Arby's sandwich and put it in a resin block. And it's like, I want to do that with my license because she's useless now. There's like, it's at a point where it's just ridiculous. All these years, people telling me to like learn how to drive just for it to be like the worst 3 months of my life. So it's like, what's the point? Yeah, anyway, that's where I'm at. Broke. Sad. Stupid. So, anyway, now we move into the stream content because that's what we're here for. So, yeah, Clay, we the public transit infrastructure in Montreal is like excellent. It's like the best in it's like one of the best in North America. So, my parents aren't how do I say this? My parents aren't well off. They don't have a good enough insurance policy for my car. Does that make sense? I don't know how to say. I don't want to say that any other way. That's kind of like, I don't want to get too into that. So, all right. The call is what I'm doing. Oh my god. Also, last thing for real this time. We've got our bevy rotation, and you guys should get the bevy rotation too, because I've literally told everyone that I'm not doing anything. I don't do anything any day. I just wallow right now because I'm like super sad. Anyway, so we have water bottle with Skittles Wild Cherry in it. So, this one. And then every stream where I don't have an energy drink turns out horribly. But they've discontinued the Fig Apple Red Bulls for the year. So we've got Alani Cosmic Stardust because they sell them at Costco. And we're going to put it in this We Bare Bears cup full of ice. So, let's crack open a cold one with the boys. This doesn't have alcohol, so don't demonetize me, YouTube. Oop. The guy's definitely like white collar if he lives where he lives, so I don't know. I have to go actually file a police report because like I didn't because the cop was like, well, it's a bit silly over a wiper blade, and I got discouraged. So this is also why I bought the LOL Overruled shirt today. This is Don't Talk to Cops. Anyway, this tastes like blueberries. That's what Cosmic Stardust is, apparently. It's blueberry. And then there's also a cherry slush one that my boyfriend says tastes like cherry Dr. Pepper. I say it tastes like the black cherries in black cherry ice cream. So, oh my god, I just spilled so much of this. Oh no. Okay, I'm gonna play the video, and I'm gonna get a cloth because I spilled a bunch of it.
So I haven't sent anything because Nick has not signed the NDA.
Can you send it directly to Mudahar?
Well, if these are public, then we just want to see the public showcase.
Muda, you gotta sign the super NDA to get the secret chat.
With everything else that I've seen from other hunters, like, it didn't matter what anyone else had to say, he doubled down.
I have gotten approval from every single one of them for everything I've shown. And for
So
everything
for
I'm
all
doing.
of the nothing that
And
you've
for
shown, you've got
everything I'm
everyone's
doing,
approval.
I've been getting their approval. Nicholas, we asked you to platform us after you platformed counter narratives and you refused.
Hey, what's going on, guys? It looks like today we'll be giving the people what they want. My name's Nicholas Diorio. Hopefully you've seen my 2 videos on Mamamax. One dropped last week and the other one dropped today.
Okay, where is Nicholas Day dipshit? Okay, why would you not make that announcement and then end the video here and then make a
I need to ask the chat, but really quick. Who's worse, Destiny or Nicholas Diorio? I don't know why. Destiny pisses me off more. And I think it's because Destiny is disingenuous. I think that's why it bothers me more. That's not nice. That's why he bothers me more as a concept. And yeah, chat, I want to know who do, because they call us like my community, like cringe SJWs. Cringe SJWs in the chat. Who are we playing Minecraft with? Destiny or Nicholas Diorio? Nicholas Diorio has redeeming qualities. That's my take. That I can't find in the other one. Because Destiny's just like... Anyway, I'm going to put this in theater mode too, but this looks way better. There we go.
Second 30-minute video and release it the next day.
And we're gonna speed it up a little bit because I always do.
You could have milked that so much harder. We got big content strategy problems here, Nick. Okay, send me an email. I'll help you maximize your money. All right.
If you have watched those videos, this is probably something you've been looking forward to.
Fucking QR codes again. Call this.
I'll help you maximize your money. All right.
If you have,
I like to know what they are. Hold on. Ah! Cute. Chat. It says the QR code campaign has been disabled for some reason. Your QR code reader / scanner is working fine. Lame. Oh, it's because this is just the screenshot telling us that they exist. Okay.
have watched those
secret
videos,
third option.
this is probably something you've been looking forward to.
Oh, it's still slowed down.
If not, I recommend you watch both of those videos before watching this. It will provide you the context you need to understand what's going on here.
Where do
this
I
is not
go in
entirely
his
the raw
videos?
call.
Like,
I've
I'm
gone ahead and
always
boosted
like...
audio levels to make it a bit easier to listen to, and I've also removed any mention to a specific girl that's currently working with Mudahar. Now, I've told you in the previous video, Mudahar is working with the girls trying to help them get a conviction against who they claim is their abuser. In this case, I've removed this stuff not out of request by Max or Spencer, but because I'm trying to do the right thing in regards to that person. Last week
Nicholas Diorio does have the R-word review bit though, which is like so stupid. Like, I'm begging you to not be 13 for 5 minutes when he does that shit, and it pisses me off so much anyway.
Said any threat will be met with this
like, that's a joke my middle schoolers would have made.
Viewers
like,
were waiting and ready for when that was going to happen. That is today, ladies and gentlemen. Enjoy. I'm getting a spinning thingy, but I'm not hearing you.
I think he's muted right now.
Hello.
Hey, I'm gonna do a poll for the Minecraft thing actually, because I'm curious.
No problem at all.
Because some people are too shy.
Yeah, you can guys get your camera on right now.
Perfectly fine.
Transit.
Max, even your entrance to Discord is cryptic.
I guess so.
Okay, so we all right. So this is a call where we're gonna just basically talk about this entire story, front, middle, and end. Get to basically what the facts are of the situation, describe everything. So we're gonna ask some invasive questions. We're gonna ask some questions regarding the cult. We're gonna ask some questions regarding Spencer, the entire story from you. We're gonna talk about, you know, some of the criticisms that you guys have been receiving over this, and obviously we're going to be covering the nature of this coverage so far, right, from your guys' end and well, from everyone's end, really. The point of this is for me to personally establish what actually happened, right? Because I think we all can agree that given the current presentation from you, Max, we all really don't know much other than Camden Gerard Davis, a cult, which the name is still hazy for all of us to pick up on, and what exactly happened, you know? I think we all can understand that a 4-hour podcast may be a little bit too much for most of the audience to truly sift through. So my goal is to just condense the story down into something that is understandable by the grand majority, and also to discuss the proof that absolutely vilifies Camden, right? Because this is, again, a big question you guys have. So I'm going to be doing a lot of devil's advocacy. I'm going to be doing a lot of, you know, due diligence, as I always do in a case like this. And yeah, so we all get to start, guys?
Yes.
Yeah.
Can I just ask one thing before we begin?
Okay.
Sure.
Okay, hater moment already. I think something that annoys me a lot is these people in their, and this is because these people don't know what devil's advocate means. And I've noticed that in a lot of my coverage of this, and I think I can understand why like all of my audience and a lot of other audiences find these people to be like insufferable. And it's because they don't know what devil's advocacy means, because there's a difference between advocating for the person and advocating for their actions. A lot of these people, Chud Logic, Nick Diorio, Destiny, Turkey Tom, Boblox, whatever, like in their coverage always lean into this concept of like, oh, in the celebrity space, people are more like, or it's social media space as well, people are more likely to lie. And that's why we don't believe people right away. But then also in that statement, ignore the fact that people struck with power are more likely to enact with it improperly. Does that make sense? Like, people who have status and money and power are also a lot more likely often to act inappropriately, right? But they're saying this because of this devil's advocacy, where it's like, no, it's this wanting to be able to, again, be the contrarian, which I talked about in a video I made like 2 years ago. But then also this line of thinking that's like, I don't know, counterintuitive to its act. It's like they tend to vouch for like certain concepts, because you can be a devil's advocate and not say things like, well, what if this person didn't do any of that, actually? It's like, well, no, that's and then they go, oh, because like women will lie, da, 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 you know what I mean? So I find that they're pretty weak. I'm not saying necessarily with Mudahar, but this is something I've picked up in general when I'm talking. And so much of this is a bunch of these men circle whacking each other because that they you know, aren't the types that believe women right away. It's like, guys, shut the hell up. Like, damn.
Sorry, my notes have disappeared. Okay. Can either of you or both of you share your current understanding of our campaign and its objectives?
We are a Nicholas Diorio hater
so
ass chats, clearly.
The 3 videos, the condensed version of the stream that I saw and multiple live streams is that Spencer reached out to you to investigate this specific scenario. You are currently trying to get as many people who are involved in the Camden Gerard Davis thing together so you can take this case directly to his local police department, and through that you're hoping to go through a criminal case because the civil case wouldn't be possible since you don't believe he has very much there. So your idea was to create a video that attracted a lot of YouTubers that they could watch on streams. I think one of the things you said is it could have been a good like Halloween watch where we discuss cults, the impact content creators have on other youth, on the youth and stuff like that. The second video and third videos also pointed to the discussion about how like specific scenarios, I guess like Spencer's, are outshined by celebrity gossip and drama.
Why are his YouTube controls completely different looking than mine?
To create some sort of viral piece that would allow you to get access to more potential victims, or survivors rather, that you can use to help build your case.
Who are these people? Good lord. Mamamax is someone who is making, and we call them Subway Jareds, PDF files, videos, like hunting them. Spencer is someone who has allegedly been a victim of this guy. Excuse me. Oh my god. And then I'm gonna end the poll too because it's pretty stuck in its results. Anyway, and then we have Mamamax and Spencer are affiliated. They're making supposedly they were trying to make like a video or something to expose this person who Spencer's allegedly a victim of, and then Nicholas Diorio knew him or something, and so did Mudahar, some ordinary gamer. That's the brown square down the bottom right. That I'm trying not to block, but also this video isn't video footage, so it doesn't really matter if I'm like, even if I'm like this, because there's not actually really anything going on screen. Anyway, and they're trying to. So, like, a lot of people were seeing that, like, there's a lot of holes in Mamamax's investigation. He has a ton of allegations from past girlfriends and weird behavior. He's also done artistic representations for these videos that he makes in a way that's, like, very bad. Yeah. And that's the avenue that this is going down. And then everything's crashing and burning because people are like, there's been no evidence or whatever, and then people have been made these big exposed videos, but everyone who's talking about them are these like commentary channels that are kind of but problematic. So that's why I'm kind of wanting to see what the whole dealio is about. Now, also, please like the stream, subscribe, share all of my videos and watch them 3 times each. Thank you. Some of that's a joke. Let's continue.
Camden. Is that about right?
That's about right.
Yes.
Okay.
And that's generally what I have to say as well. Yeah, that's what it is. I thought that it was a viral stunt on not a stunt. That's a bad way to put it. A viral video on basically you guys spreading awareness on an individual and leveraging the audiences, larger audiences, and trying to identify victims in amongst those large online audiences. That's where I kind of got into it. But yeah. So, is there any other question you want to ask us? I know you said there was a lot of there was a few questions you wanted to ask me. But I feel like we should just get those out of the way.
Yeah, well, we can do that all later. Let's just get right into the important stuff. Do I need to be watching this stream? It's
Not
loading.
at
No,
this
it's
point.
not live. We're not. What do you
No.
mean?
If we need to pull up a clip, and you can, I don't know if you can hear it. Let me just test. Can you hear audio, even if it's not loading verbally?
Fuck you, I survived.
I
Did you
can
hear
hear
that?
that.
Oh, okay, yeah, I can hear
All right. So in case we need to share audio or a clip from this specific interview, we have access to do that. But otherwise,
Okay.
we have no plans at this moment to use it.
Okay,
No.
sounds good.
Yeah. So I guess the thing is we should. So one of the criticisms that everyone, me specifically, well, I would say I had is, this is a case
Also,
where
hello, Alexi.
I have not seen, I guess you could say, ironclad evidence, right? And you guys know what I mean by that, like just something that is definitively going to hold up in a courtroom and absolutely have this person with the Fed show up at their door tomorrow, you know? And I understand that evidence can be, a lot of people weigh evidence differently. Like some people will look at a Discord screenshot, some people will look at a Twitter DM or anything of that nature. I have a rule myself. I've always had this rule where unless I can fire up the server myself and pull the actual piece of data, I tend to believe that screenshots have a degree of doubt attached to them, right? Because of how easy things can be nowadays to fake or whatever. That also being said, you guys use the term human trafficking, am I right? When it came to Camden's cult operation, right?
Yes, he had attempted to traffic me when I was living with him, and the reason that I went into foster care in the first place was because I physically fought back. If you did watch any of the podcast, Camden did try to kill me at one point. He was chasing me with this stone vase, trying to hit me with it.
Oh my god. Trigger warnings for everything. Also, I probably should have said that. Oh shit. Yeah. Everything awful that you could possibly think is happening. So if you're sensitive because of past traumas or whatever, like, yeah. So, okay. I got a message. I got distracted. Let's continue.
And in that situation, he pinned me against the wall, and I had managed to get the vase away from him, but then he pinned me against the wall, and I guess adrenaline kicked in, and I picked him up and threw him into the wall. And after that, it was like about a week after that he made me go into foster care.
Just for clarity, human trafficking being a term that can mean a whole slew of different things, from trying to send you overseas to like crossing state lines. You know what I mean? Can you be a bit more descriptive what you mean by like he was trying to human traffic me?
By that, I mean he was on Whisper physically looking for men that wanted to sleep with me.
Okay.
And was trying to force me into doing that.
Okay.
And,
Was he
Questions like, Mika, have you seen Chud is finally covering Haley? What about it? I mean, kind of, yeah, but like, I also, like, in the order of videos I'm willing to watch is I will watch some Ordinary Gamer because he's the least insufferable, and then I'll go Nick, and then I'll do Tom, then Chud Logic at the very, very bottom. Because they just are kind of annoying. IMO. Okay, hold on. I'm getting... Now. Circle back. Thank you, Mika. Yes, it is understandably very patronizing for, and I could hear it in Spencer's tone, and I would actually honestly have reacted the same way. It's like, people know what trafficking means. Like, again, I think it's that like misunderstanding of devil's advocacy thing again, where it's kind of like, girl, come on. Not every single thing is always going to be a lie.
attempting to send you across the state lines to meet these men?
Not to send me across the state lines, but he lured me over state lines in the first place from Texas to Georgia.
Okay. Now, the thing about human trafficking is one of the easiest ways that we prove human trafficking usually is through receipt of travel. And through your podcast and your various interviews, you took an Uber ride. You had a bus, right, that you took from your route. If I'm not mistaken, correct me if I'm wrong, it was from Wiley to Dallas, Texas. You took an Uber. And from Dallas's bus station, you went to Memphis, Tennessee. And from Memphis, you then went to Atlanta, right? And
No, from Dallas, I stopped in Little Rock, Arkansas. There was no ticket bought for me for that. I just convinced my way onto it. But this guy told me that he would get me my ticket to Georgia, and he took me to his cousin's place where he sexually assaulted me, and then they dumped me at the bus station. I had to stay inside of the station I was at. Like right behind it, there was a recovery center for homeless people, and one of the security guards pulled his truck outside of the gate so I could sleep in it, so I could wait for the next bus. Managed to convince my way onto that bus. Then I went to Memphis, and then stayed there a week. Camden had Jess, the girl in Australia, buy the ticket and send it to me so I could get on the bus from Tennessee to Georgia. And then he picked me up from the station in Atlanta and took me to Lilburn.
And from the week that you stayed in Memphis, where was that exactly? I believe you were saying you stayed with somebody else.
It was about, I want to say maybe a 10-minute walk from the bus station. And I remember the
Who's
guy's
next?
name. I
Is
really
Nexpo the guy that also has the funny voice modulator?
I've been trying to get into contact with him for the past few years to thank him, but yeah, I stayed with him for a week, and then he walked me to the bus station when I did leave, and he saw me off.
Okay. Where did you meet this person? Was it like a friend or a friend, family, or something of that nature?
I was being stupid again, but I saw his teeth, and I was like, oh, thank God. I was like, hey, do you have a cigarette? And we went outside and we smoked cigarettes together. And
I
he
know
was like,
so much of this is like vigilante justice from like people who, and I think the craziest thing about this is that like Nick DiOrio streamed one of my video I made on him a couple years ago and I talked about Edwin as well, and they laughed at me about citing papers, like actual research papers, while I was making videos on them. And I'm like, and I can't, like, I know those, like, things can change or whatever, and I'm fine with that. I just have to say, with my pessimism, is that fact sits in my mind. That, like, these people who are so-called, like, hard-hitting journalists and all this whatever, are, like, the same ones that are, like, lol, nerd, woman, read book? Why?
remind me a lot of my daughter, and yeah, he mostly just went to work and let me chill at his place and watch movies.
And you were 16 at this point, correct?
Yeah, I told him I was 18.
Gotcha.
Okay.
And this entire time I was still in contact with Camden.
Okay. And so when you got to Georgia, where did you initially stay? Did you immediately move in with him, or what happened?
Yeah, so after I got to Atlanta, somebody let me borrow their phone so I could call Camden. He came and picked me up, and his mom was at work, so he went into the house. He opened his window and like pushed the screen out because his brother was still home. Okay. And I climbed in through the window, and
I just heard a camera turn off.
Sex.
I actually know that sound.
Okay.
Oh my god, I missed you. I got distracted by the camera noise.
His window and like pushed the screen out because his brother was still home. Okay. And I climbed in through the window, and immediately he initiated sex.
Okay. At the time, what was the age gap between you meeting Camden and what was the age gap roughly?
I want to say 2.5 years because his birthday's in December.
So throughout the entire time you were speaking, this be it on social media or in person, he was 18 and you were 16?
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. So you lived with Camden for how long, roughly?
I want to say maybe 3-4 months.
Okay. All right, so 3-4 months.
And how many other people were living in that house?
It was just his mom and his brother at the time, but there was a point where he had me on Whisper trying to look for other
Jobless
teenagers that
behavior.
wanted to run away from home, and we found a girl that was like 13 or 14. I'm pretty sure she was 14, and we used Kai's, I think grandma's Uber account, and we went and we picked this girl up, and she stayed with us for one night, and he tried to.
Oh my god, this is something else. And I said this in the last stream. Max's investigations were so wacky that the only public statement that exists right now is Spencer confessing to assistance in moving a certain somebody perhaps from one place to another for perhaps activity that is illegal. So that's sorry. That's definitely going to be I need a new mic arm so bad. This one's so wobbly and squeaky. But I can't because I have to pay for my car that a guy destroyed with his bare hands. So, anyway, my apologies.
Convince me to convince her to have sex.
Whose audio's quiet? Oh. Take a shot every time my stream is set up silly. No, it is definitely me because when I like these are like noise canceling. I watch stuff very quietly. And so it doesn't pick up well on OBS. I have to turn it up a lot.
With him, and I kept refusing.
We
And
tried convincing you to convince this 13-year-old girl?
Is this better,
Yes.
gamers?
So you found this 13-year-old girl on Whisper, and you organized her travel through Kai's.
Okay, wait. What
grandmother's-
state was that?
I kept refusing.
We
And
tried convincing you to convince this 13-year-old girl?
yes,
Okay. So you found this 13-year-old girl on Whisper, and you organized her travel through Kai's grandmother's Uber account, right?
not with her permission.
Okay.
We were
Um,
logged into it previously when they allowed us to use it to go over to Kai's place.
I don't imagine that we have a receipt of that, right?
I don't think so because that's the same grandmother that let Kai's grandpa sexually assault her.
Okay.
What does that have to do with anything?
okay.
Like,
So-
actually, genuine question. What would that have to do with having Uber receipts? I know Whisper's a yikes. I know that. My thing is like, do you not get notifications when Ubers happen and you just cancel the Ubers? Like, who's? I don't know. Okay, whatever.
So,
whatever.
one more thing. So for the people in the house, let's say the brother and the mother, are they aware that you were 16?
His brother knew I was there. I don't know if he knew how old I was. I don't think he really cared.
Also,
either
how's
way.
the audio now?
He was mostly either
Is it
at
too
school
loud?
or off smoking with his friends.
Mm-hmm. And the mother?
He was primarily at work. I primarily hid most of the time when she was there. Either that or I would sleep during the day while she was home.
She was
And
unaware.
Dandelion, when you're talking Edwin, do you mean like Edwin's generation? Like the skinny, I think he's Hispanic or something guy? Is he Hispanic? Is he Latino? I can't remember. I have literally not thought about Edwin in like years. Hold on, I gotta check who Edwin is. Edwin's generation, right?
Aware that you were there for 4 months.
Yeah.
Okay.
Was it a
And-
large house by any chance?
I mean, I considered it pretty decently big.
How many floors?
It was just one story, but she
Like, are we
had
talking
like
this
a
guy?
huge bedroom with
What's
a
up, guys?
lot
It's
of shit
Edwin.
in it, so it was like pretty soundproof in there. And I know because Camden and I had to walk through there when he was stealing stuff out of the walk-in closet in her bathroom to sell.
How many bedrooms? How many bathrooms? Just so we can get like a better picture.
I'm sorry, but endorsed by Keemstar is never a good sign. Is that why he hasn't is that why he hasn't uploaded in 6 months? He had another channel, right? Something like Homeboys Got Receipts, or is that this one? Oh god. Which Homeboy is cringe, TBH. Hold on. Homeboys got... Oh, does he only have one channel now? What? Yeah, we're getting down a rabbit hole. Not right now.
It's two regular beds and then a
Throw
master
the whole
bed
internet
with a
away at
bath,
this point.
and then,
Yeah, real.
Another bath.
Okay, understood.
You had
and that's,
a
obviously,
adult
one of the things that
gummy.
people
That
have
sounds
been kind of asking is,
epic.
so you lived in their house for
Hypothetically,
again,
allegedly,
like, 4
Minecraft.
months? You lived with him?
Yeah, about 3.5, 4.
Okay, so 3.5, 4 months, and obviously, the thing people are going to ask, it's like, how was it done clandestinely, right? But at any moment, was it just you living in the house? Or how many total victims at any given moment were living in that house?
The only other person we had was that 13-year-old girl, and after she wanted to go home the night after, I was like, I'm not picking up anyone else like this.
Okay, all right. So you lived with him for a while. What got you out? At what point did this relationship dissolute, and you had to get out? What was that? What did that look like?
It was about a week after I had fought back when he had tried to kill me. And he like woke me up and was like, Leviathans are coming for you. You need to get out now. You need to get all your stuff. We need to get out now.
Mm-hmm.
And I walked down to the gazebo at the end of his neighborhood with him. And he was like, yeah, here's this phone. It didn't have service, but all phones can still call 911. So he was like, use that, call them, and go into foster care. Don't go back to Texas because your family will physically abuse you if you do. You won't be safe with them. You have to stay in Georgia so I can protect you. So I used that phone. I called 911, and an officer did come out, and he got me and everything. And while he was like sitting there taking notes, Camden had walked back out to the gazebo and was just acting as if I was just some random homeless girl that was just sleeping in that gazebo, and he was bringing me food.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And one of the important things that I want to ask you about too, so when you were living with Camden for 3 to 4 months, you talked about pregnancies as well and your miscarriages. Can you give us the rough timelines of those pregnancies? Obviously, I know exact dates are pretty outrageous to ask, so just a rough outline of, the pregnancies and the miscarriages you went through during that time.
So the first miscarriage was actually from the assault in Little Rock. Camden forced me to drink a bunch of orange juice, kept giving me vitamin C and cinnamon and beating me and everything. And I think that was about, I want to say I'd been there for about 3 weeks already.
How did you know you were pregnant?
Because I got pretty sick and I couldn't figure out why. And then I realized my period was late.
Okay.
But you never took like a formal test?
He wouldn't let me.
Okay.
Okay. Okay. Here's the tea. Okay. High stress and high anxiety situations can make you not have your cycle. I have PCOS, so that also makes it way worse. But I remember, even when I was like regular as a young teenager, in my exam periods in high school, that was enough stress for me, because I have a live anxiety, whatever, blah, 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 that I would miss the periods for like a month. But that always happened. And so a period being late and then bleeding a lot later usually happens when it's delayed. They tend to be heavy. I'm just saying that, like, it's just, I don't know. I just don't think that's necessarily super solid. Just on just like how biology works, you know? Like, yeah, like I have a huge box of pregnancy tests, like the little paper things, like the little sticks, because my shit's just so irregular that I just like, if it's been like 2 months, I just like take a test just to check, even though like I know I'm not. It's just my stuff's so messed up hormonally, and I just feel like that's a possibility. But of course, that's another thing. Of course, a bunch of men aren't gonna know that. They're not gonna like think about any of this stuff, you know?
Do you know the rough month and year of that first miscarriage?
I know it was in 2016. It had to have been sometime maybe in April.
Okay. And then obviously your first miscarriage, and what happens is he basically forces you, in your words, to take orange juice, a lot of vitamin C, physical abuse in order to induce a miscarriage.
Yeah.
Okay. And then so after that first miscarriage, when was the second time that you had been pregnant and went through another miscarriage? Because I believe you list, I don't know exactly how much, I got to look through my notes again, but you have in your podcast, I made a point of it, just so I can get an idea of like what.
Oh, yeah. So,
how
no,
often.
here's my thing is I'm just saying, like, I don't know how. I guess I'm almost saying that as in my head as like oh, maybe her reproductive health isn't as messed up as she thinks it is, and things could be okay for her if she ever wanted to like have a kid. That's kind of more what I'm thinking of. Weird, which is weird. Like, you know what I mean? So I'm just kind of like, I don't know. I guess I in my immediate reaction is to have that explanation in hopes to like soften it for her, which is a weird thing to do. It's just like my, mind thinking or whatever. But also, yeah, it's strange because they're asking, if you watch that like podcast situation up there, it's essentially the same. It's the line of questioning sequences very similarly to what she talks about in that video. Anyways, so why are you asking her again? A bit weird. Anyway.
His sexual abuse was going on,
Unfortunately, you can get pregnant again 2 weeks after a miscarriage, so I did end up getting pregnant pretty soon after that first miscarriage. Same thing happened, got super fucking sick. My body was like killing me pretty much because he was starving me as well.
Starving
And
you, how? Depriving you of food?
like literally not allowing me to eat for extended
What does it mean? What else does it mean? Starving, like, and then pulls up Wikipedia, pulls up definition on Google. Depriving someone of sustenance in their girl.
periods.
Oh man.
Like forcing me to fast for like 3 days at a time.
And were you still there because like you didn't have anywhere else to go, or
Because I had Stockholm syndrome at that point. I didn't know it, but
gotcha?
yeah.
Okay. So one of the things that we always like kind of ask is when there is a psychiatric diagnosis, and in this case, I assume you were diagnosed by a medical professional. Did you see any medical professional at all during this stay in Georgia?
Not while I was living with Camden. I didn't go to doctors until after my last miscarriage, which I got about 3 months along on that one, and I did take a pregnancy test on that one, and it was literally right before I was getting moved from my foster parents to a group home. He told me to come out and see him, so I had to find a way to do that. And when I got there, we were outside of his house, and he told me, "Hey, I have to teach you how to fight again." That's usually what he'd do when he'd start beating me.
And
And
giving you combat training or something.
yeah, saying that I needed to learn so I could quote unquote protect myself. But he started beating me, and he saw me trying to cover my stomach, and that's when he like pushed me to the
Bye,
ground and like
Panamaru. That's fair.
held my hands up and just wailed on my stomach. And I didn't go to the doctor for it, but that period was the absolute fucking worst.
And this, I assume, is the third and final miscarriage, right?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. So total 3 miscarriages. This one went 3 months along.
Yeah.
And
Okay, I know I'm doing the same thing. Okay, I know I'm doing the same thing, and I'm going to say that before I say the rest of this. But is it just me? Or is it like dystopian in nature to hear someone talking about this like horrific time in their life, and then you just hear a gamer keyboard typing? Because they're taking notes, right? Like, I just think of that objectively, right? And I'm just like, man, where have we gone to? That's kind of why I'm covering like the meta commentary around this as well. It's just like, good God. Anyway.
did you get a DNC done by any chance by a medical professional?
I did not. I didn't know to ask for one.
It's just so the thing about the DNC is this is where, and again, this is where the doubt gets cast, is usually after a 3-month term. And I'm speaking, this isn't me saying it, this is my aunt, who is a medical professional, one of the best gynecologists. This is my wife, who's a nurse. She was, and obviously my mother, she's been through pregnancy, she's had her miscarriages. The thing about a DNC is if you don't get it done, there's no way to prove that obviously the entire fetus has been removed, and the risk for infection is almost guaranteed at that point. So that's where a bit of, obviously, I'm sure you've read the Reddit, I'm sure you've read the people critical of the situation, and this is a big sticking point for them. And obviously, I'm bringing this up because I'm always trying to find a reasonable explanation, and maybe that's why I asked you if you met a medical professional. Maybe they had done something on you and given you a bill of health or told you that everything was fine.
So
That's
they're saying it's impossible because of the potential for infections. That it's like sure to happen. I hate to tell y'all, but like prior to the medical institutions being to where they are, people would miscarry and not die all the time. Like, as in, like, that being like a 1-to-1 correlation is a very peculiar, like, point to stand on. What does that have to do with anything?
it gets a little, dicey.
I mean, I did
I'm
go
the
to
actual devil's advocate because I'm actually bouncing back and forth between like the different points here, but like, didn't get infection, so people think it is fake. Bit silly. Does anyone? What does DNC stand for? Also, diagnostic No, not diagnostic criterion, because that would only be DC. Does anybody know? Can someone tell me American medical terms and things like that? I'm not really, well, general ones. I'm not a doctor, so someone, if you know.
a gynecologist once when I was in the group home. That was after the miscarriage. It was about a month after, and I was like, "Hey, can you check to see if I have PCOS or something? Because, I didn't realize that miscarriages had fucked my periods."
Yeah.
So, they did the intrauteral 3D ultrasound
Jesus.
to check everything out, and there was nothing there.
Okay.
So wait, so you didn't go to a doctor or anything? I thought before you said that after the third miscarriage you did. Was that what you were talking about with the gynecologist, or?
Gynecologist is a doctor.
So that's the only doctor.
What? Wait, you went specifically to a coochie doctor? That's not the same thing as a normal doctor. Y'all, buddy.
I went to, but I didn't go
Girl.
to one like right after the miscarriage.
Okay.
I was too scared to, because Camden kept telling me, if you go to a doctor, they're gonna find out about all of this. They're gonna find out about the supernatural. They're gonna find out about God. They're gonna find out about everything. You need to keep this under wraps. You can't tell anyone.
Can you so it's great that you mentioned about like this God and everything, and Camden bringing the supernatural. At the time, you were 16 or 17 when you guys were discussing these religious things.
Cult traits. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
Yes.
So 16, 17. And so he made you believe that this was exactly what is the supernatural here? Like, let's just try to understand that.
Did you hear any of the lore of
I heard about the
everything?
Adams and the Eves and
Okay.
the Avatar people. It's just I would just honestly would.
It sounds like he pulled from a lot of sci-fi. I think that's also something
He
I'm
really
serious
did.
with. Yeah.
A lot of sci-fi, a lot of supernatural shows, like Supernatural itself, Teen Wolf, and all that. But majority of this was he kept saying that he was the son of God and everything, and God could possess him and talk through him, and soon enough it grew into, well, now the archangels can speak through me, now Lucifer can speak through me, and he would make all of the best way I can describe it is faking the ID.
Okay.
He would like sit there and give each entity their own like personality. Like Lucifer was just this fucking flamboyant gay dude, and he was like quote unquote my best friend and everything. And he would like do that so that you had what you thought were other people to talk to, so you weren't just with him, so you weren't quote unquote isolated.
So a lot of Christianity, a lot of the tropes from there. And so one of the things I want to ask you is like your mental state at the time. What led you, in your opinion, to easily be manipulated? And again, I'm just going to state it for the record. I was 16 at 1.2, and I'm sure most people were. When we hear that, it, at least to me, it comes off as readily apparent the guy's a fucking nut job. You know, like I'm not going to believe that personally. I wouldn't have believed that at 16. So that's why I'm asking what your mental state was like at the time. What led you to be easily suggested by what many assume to be outlandish? You know.
So I had what I
I'm not going to take too many shots, but like Scientologists exist. Like there are some absolutely berserk like branches of Christianity. There are like if you a lot of religious institutions have some pretty questionable beliefs at their base. I hate to say it. Average Discord user mentality. Alexi, I get that, girl. Yeah, it's like literally anyone else could have. I'm gonna cover this after. I just need to do all this first. So I was like, all of you have to suffer with me. So yeah, it's like people are part of like those like, okay, hold on. Look, we'll look something up right now. Mega church mega church healing people of disease. Or no, even better. Let's get even deeper. Kenneth Copeland. Is that how you spell his name?
Every believer has a voice, and it's the voice of victory. She said, Brother Copeland, now I saw that in the scripture. She'd been with her for quite a while. And she said, my husband went off and left me.
Look at all these people, okay? I'll even make me really, really tiny. Look how little I am. Hello. Me and my bestie, Kenneth Copeland. I'll be right next to him. How old are they? I'm going to say by this male pattern baldness spotted here, here, there, also here, also there, that these are not 16-year-olds. And this man, sorry, pointing is weird when you're on the camera because it's backwards. This guy here, buddy over here, is claiming that he's the authority over sickness and disease. And they're believing, they're eating this up. Delicious. So, what does that have to do with anything? Like, you know what I mean? Like, and it's the way that I could pull this so quickly. I'm like, well, that doesn't matter. And again, this is what I mean by actual devil's advocacy, because I'm saying things like, well, Spencer, like, could also be misunderstanding, like, how many miscarriages there were and the way that it laid out, and like that could be something to criticize. But I'm also going to swing back and be like, Mutahar, that has nothing to do with it. It's just not a belief system that is widely recognized. He believes in demons. He says it all the time. Or if he doesn't because he's trying to get a bag, they do. These are guys that said Pokemon is satanic. Yeah. Pokemon is satanic. Harry Potter is satanic. Whatever. You know? I'm just saying, isn't it not strange? Back over here. And make me a little bigger. Boop. Also, don't forget to like the stream. Let's continue.
I would call ghost experiences, maybe. And he would kind of play into that. My mental state, honestly, was not the greatest. The year prior, I had actually attempted suicide, stupidly, with a fucking belt. It didn't happen. The fucking belt broke. The next day I had one of my, because I was living with my fifth cousin and his wife, and they were mentally abusive towards me. So I had my friend's mom take me to the police station that was just down the road, and I filed a CPS report and put myself in a mental hospital. And then I came back to Wiley, where I failed the school year, did summer school. Then I met Carrie, the girl that introduced me to Camden. And I think I met him in February of 2016. So I wasn't doing all that well. I had been lashing out and really arguing with my family because I wasn't okay. The only time my dad ever took me back to try and seek mental help, they didn't make him leave the room, and they basically just said, oh, she's just a disobedient kid. And
really? That was where, I guess?
This was probably in the DFW area. I don't know if it was in Allen or Dallas.
No, not like specific location. Like, was this, what kind of mental health professional is that, I guess?
Oh, I don't know. When they checked me out of the mental hospital, when I was with my fifth cousin and his wife, they just said, oh, here, since you're going back to Wiley.
So Nicholas Diorio being in disbelief that a mental health professional would say something like that, I would have blackout panic attacks. I had messed up pupils and eye dilation because of how poor my sleep was because of anxiety at 16 years old. And my primary care physician picked up on that upon first meeting me once. And then I had to get a psychiatric evaluation at a hospital by a licensed psychologist. And they had me bring my mom, to which at one point, I don't want to disparage my mom because it was a long time ago or whatever, but like, the guy said to me, there's nothing wrong with you. You just need to move out. Fast forward, I'm 18. I'm hospitalized for fainting constantly because I was anxious because I was unemployed. Fast forward again, I'm 19. I'm in university. I have hives and I'm like on the border edge of consciousness writing my computer science exam because the first guy said, "You're not anxious, it's just your parents." Licensed psychologist. And I still remember his name. I'm not going to dox a doctor, obviously. I know, and it was at for the area, like, well-known mental institution for that. And it was a required evaluation per my doctor's requirements. So the fact that I'm somebody who I would argue is somewhat credible, you know, I think in the online space, I'm not somebody who people really say that I'm lying all the time, right? I saw that and I'm like, yeah, that happens all the time. That's like actually, especially a woman, probably like more common than, no, I won't say more common than not, but like very easily possible. You know? Also, such a total random side thing I just noticed. I can tell that the stream is by Mudahar because the premium has the little Canada thing on it. This is something I've had to talk about at therapy too, because like the way that I could just switch up like that is a little bit nuts, and I understand that. Okay. Now.
Here, do a follow-up here, and that's all it really was. I didn't know
like a therapist,
exactly what
or?
it was. I wasn't even allowed to talk at it.
Oh, okay.
Before we move on to the next
I wasn't able to do much talking until I sauced my mom out of there. So, but then growing up and I talked to like other doctors, they're like, you have like the anxiety disorder is like a given. Like it's really, really obvious. Let's see if there's any other stuff. And then the most recent one's like, yeah, we think you might have OCD as well, which is epic. Anyway. So yeah, I'm kind of like, yeah, that happens all the time.
question. I'd also like to say, and I have interviews with the cult psychologists, they want everyone to know that no one is immune to thought reform, which is popularly known as brainwashing. Cult leaders utilize social persuasion, and
That's
all
why
it takes
it's
is a perfect storm of circumstances for someone to fall for it. Even if the beliefs are outlandish, people will do foolish things if there's an entire community of people love bombing you. I just want to make that clear. And Mudahar, if you want the interviews that I did with the cult psychologist, I will send them to you.
Sure.
Thank you.
Yep. Okay. So okay. After all of this, the Camden situation, once you thankfully got out of that situation, you made it back to the Dallas-Fort Worth area, or Wiley, I assume.
Yes.
How did that happen?
When I was in the group home, there was a specific worker that was mentally abusive towards a lot of us. She would intentionally, like, just kind of push us until we would snap because, you know, all of us are mentally ill fucking kids that had fucked up situations and we're all there. We don't want to be. And it just got so fucking bad to the point where
Girl, we have lost all chances at a monetized live stream, ladies and gentlemen. And my non-binary besties, it's over. It's over for me today. Oh boy, okay.
literally asked one of my classmates if I could borrow their phone to call my family because I wasn't allowed to call my family alone. Like, we were only allowed to call family twice a week. You would get 1 10-minute call, 2 5-minute calls, or you could separate it up, but you were only permitted 5 minutes or 10 minutes. And so they would sit there, and if you said anything bad about the group home, you got punished. Like, you would get privileges taken away. Like, you wouldn't be allowed to watch TV, or you wouldn't be allowed to participate in games or anything.
It's
like,
show over.
Do you know what our group home this was?
It was Rainbow Group Home in Dahlonega, Georgia. I went to high school.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Rainbow. What was it? Rainbow
Children's Home. Rainbow Home for Girls or something. I don't know.
So, not to jump ahead here, but I know you ended up going to the police about Camden at some point. Where on the timeline does that fall?
Yeah.
That would be the September of 2017 when one of the members, I can't remember what alias she's going under right now, but she had a Wattpad story from recruitment because that we were told to like post stuff like that on Wattpad and Amino and stuff.
What is Wattpad? Like just a chatting app?
Wattpad is like
What the hell you mean? What's Wattpad? I didn't have internet. Bye, Dandelion. I didn't have internet until almost 2018. And I was 17 when I got it. Okay. I have known what Wattpad is for like 10 years. How does someone who does a criminally low amount of grass touching not know what that is? I just don't. That's something that I would be skeptical of. See, I don't know what AO3 is, but I know what Wattpad is. Like, yeah, it's like, because it was just like people in high school used it. Nick and I are almost the same age. It's like, you know what that is. I think I peaked on Wattpad. Did you write that One Direction one when like Harry's downstairs and like the girl's being sold off to Harry or something like that? Was that you? He knows what amino is. I don't know what amino is. Or does that mean like, what's AO3? Guys, I just said. Oh, it's just another Wattpad. Okay. Hello, Hannah.
stories.
Like a Snapchat story or like a Tumblr blog?
It's like vanilla archive of our own.
Okay.
Yeah. So
Wattpad's not that vanilla.
Somebody
sometimes.
had commented on the recruitment story post, and they were asking about it, and we were like, no, do not join. This is literally a cult. And Q, Camden, Carrie, and all his other little lackeys coming in, yelling at us and everything. My sister was 4 at the time, and her life was threatened by Carrie. And one of the other members, I don't know exactly who it was, but they were saying that they wanted to slit our throats and everything. We had actual threats coming through. I asked said survivor tonight, actually, I'm waiting for her response, if the post is still up and she has access to it. But if she doesn't, I told her to check her email and see if she still has the notifications from it.
Mm-hmm. Now, by this point, we're approximately 1 year out from when you left there. Because you said if the miscarriages and stuff happened around April, you were only there for 4 months. September of the following year, we're like a year and a couple months, right?
Yeah.
Now, have any other girls moved in with Camden? Are these interactions strictly online? Is he like physically involved with any other women at that point?
After I left, he well, not even after I left, while I was still in the
Are there ads running through the middle of the stream? Oh. I have a delay ads button. I'll hit that for now. I didn't know that was happening. You can't turn them off anymore unless I turn the monetization completely off, but then I don't know if I can get donos that way, which I don't get them anyways, so I could just turn it off, I guess, really. I just don't really know how it works. I kind of just turn it on and hope for the best. I have it. It delays for 10 minutes. Hopefully I remember to press it after. That's my bad. I didn't know that was happening.
The cult, but not... I was still in while I was in Wiley. I didn't leave until 4th of July of 2017.
Mm-hmm.
But I'm sorry, my brain is frazzled. What was I saying?
So you were saying that you'd left around the 4th of July, and we were kind of discussing on whether if there were other people who were living with him around that point.
Okay, yeah. So, before I had even came back to Wiley, he had started this relationship with a girl named
Oh.
And
is she like speaking to you guys, or is that just
Oh no, she is still with him. She is living with him. She is one of his quote unquote wives.
Okay.
With 2 other women.
Okay.
She got really loud there, damn.
Okay. So after your relationship was done, you communicated with the police about Camden Gerard Davis. What can you explain that whole interaction with the police?
It wasn't even full on with the police. I contacted Detective Fontana, who was on my case. And he...
Did you get a badge
Gus,
number?
hold on. Gus! Gus, Jesus! I don't know if y'all heard that. He like ran in with the big plastic ball and he was smashing it on stuff. What are you guys? Guys, what are you doing? Guys, can you guys stop? Hi, sweetie. Oh my god. Okay, sorry. He just came in from outside, so he's being a goofy goober.
I did not. That was just what was on my missing flyers. My family was like, we were working with him. Maybe I could try and see if they could get into contact with him.
I can also send you all the uncensored missing flyers poster.
Yeah, sure. If you want to drop it into the Discord, we can just look at it.
Okay.
But yeah, so okay, you contacted Detective Fontana. She worked your case, and
I don't know if they like really worked my case, but when I told them I had gone over state lines, they were like, that's out of our hands now, and just threw me over to Trafficking 911, who they took all of my information and said that they were going to file a report. For a couple months, I did still keep a contact with Sherry from Trafficking 911, who took my report. I still don't know if they ever filed it. I've been trying to contact them. Sherry doesn't work there anymore. The worker that I keep emailing, she won't respond. Nobody will really respond to Max, and when they do, they're like, oh, well, it has to be her contacting. And it's like, I am contacting, but they're replying to him, but not me.
And they're replying to me just to say they can't give it to me. They would have to give it to her. Even though we sent them a picture of her holding up her driver's license requesting the info.
okay, so do you have a record communication with the department that we can see?
The deputy?
Yeah, whoever you were speaking to, that would. So, from what we understand, you okay. So you contacted Detective Fontana.
You know, I would really just. I hate to be that girly right now, but I would just be like, why should I give that to you? Like, why people who make a video about how bad woman is? Why would I give that to you? I don't know.
Profit?
Yes.
Okay, and this Traffic 911. So you never filed an official report with the police department itself. You went to Traffic 911, and they were supposed to assist you.
Yeah.
Okay.
Until recently.
Okay, so do you have the? Did you get a name from them or an email address or something? Or
yes.
Okay.
Yeah, let's just dox the detectives.
Of Nancy, who was the original person, she no longer works with Traffic.
Not Nancy, Sherry.
Sherry, sorry. She was the one who was on Spencer's case. She no longer works with Traffic 911. She instructed me to just contact them directly. I've been contacting them directly and sent them the picture with Spencer holding up her driver's license. They say they can't give it to me. So Spencer's been contacting them and they've been unresponsive.
Okay. That's Traffic 911.
Hello, Maria.
Yes.
Maria, what?
We have a recorded phone call.
Hello, Maria. Good Lord. Clearly things are going well. We've been going for about hour 20 minutes.
All of that, if you want to hear it.
With Baldwin County PD.
Okay, and this was in relation. This was so. The thing that I'm trying to understand is after this whole Camden York Davis situation,
I'm laughing about Gus. Sorry, I'm thinking about Gus.
You had was with the police, right? And that was Detective Fontana, who was underneath your That's what I'm trying to understand. Traffic 911 is a nonprofit. I'm just trying to understand the nature of you guys and your first interaction with the police. I'm sorry if I'm not
here. Honestly, we don't even have to send you the flyer. Just look up Shelby Slayton missing poster on Google and it'll pop up.
Missing poster. Okay, so this is from Missing and Homeless Facebook. I see it right here. Since March 18, 2016. So this missing poster, who do you know who got this poster out there in the first place?
I believe it was probably my aunt. I don't know.
Okay, so your aunt was the one that initially tipped off the organization. I think it's For the One or whatever, and they're the ones that put this out. So when you got out of the Camden household, this is after the group home, right? Because you went into a group home just after you left the house, Camden's house.
Yes, this missing poster is from the day that I ran away to go to Camden.
Okay, so this has existed since you were Ubering to Dallas, Fort Worth, and then the buses to Arkansas, Memphis, the whole route. Okay, so
yeah.
And what I'm asking is so after the whole Camden situation, you lived there for 4 months after the group home. Is that after you communicated with the law enforcement for the first time?
I'm confused. Why? Who's Shelby? Why does Shelby matter? I don't understand what's happening. Ah! This is so infuriating.
911, not the police department.
Correct.
Yes,
The
Okay.
police department, we have a recorded phone call of that if you want to hear it.
with Baldwin County PD.
Okay, and this was in relation. This was so. So the thing that I'm trying to understand is after this whole Camden Gerard Davis situation, the first communication you had was with the police, right? And that was Detective Fontana, who was underneath your that's what I'm trying to understand. Traffic 911 is a nonprofit. I'm just trying to understand the nature of you guys and your first interaction with the police. I'm sorry if I'm not
Here,
getting that confused.
honestly, we don't even have to send you the flyer. Just look up Shelby Slayton missing poster on Google and it'll pop up.
Missing post.
Mm. Okay. Yeah, that makes way more sense. Also, yeah, I don't know. I've talked to the cops now one time in my life about something even potentially in the same sphere as this, such as a man using force to harm a woman kind of vibe. And they were awful. Everybody was terrible. And this is and what I'm going way less serious than this. So, yeah.
Okay, so this is from Missing and Homeless Facebook. I see it right here. Since March 18, 2016. So this missing poster, who do you know who got this poster out there in the first place?
I believe it was probably my aunt. I don't know.
Okay, so your aunt was the one that initially tipped off the organization. I think it's For the One or whatever, and they were the ones that put this out. So when you got out of the Camden household, this is after the group home, right? Because you went into a group home just after you left the house, Camden's house.
Yes, this missing poster is from the day that I ran away to go to Camden.
Okay, so this has existed since you were Ubering to Dallas, Fort Worth, and then the buses to Arkansas, Memphis, the whole route. Okay, so
Yeah.
and what I'm asking is so after the whole Camden situation, you lived there for 4 months after the group home. Is that after you communicated with the law enforcement for the first time?
Can you repeat the question?
So after the Camden situation, his house, when you lived there for 4 months, 3 to 4 months, you went to a group home very briefly. How long was that stay at the group home?
Well, first I went to foster parents that were in Snellville, where I was still in contact with him and still saw him occasionally. September was when I got sent to the group home, and then I went home a week before Thanksgiving.
Okay. So after Camden, you went to a foster home briefly in the Georgian area. Foster home in Georgia, then a group home.
See, there's hold on,
you
I
went
can't
there
plot.
since September, so I'm gonna say 2 months for 2 months. Yeah.
Someone says it's medically impossible to miscarry, to be pregnant
Okay, so
2 weeks
went there
after
2
you
months,
miscarry.
and then
It's
after that, you
literally, this is how easy it is. I'm typing on a different one just because my bookmarks have my name in them and stuff. How soon can you get pregnant after a miscarriage? As soon as 2 weeks after a miscarriage. Marky has FOMO. Anyway. Yeah. So that was really easy to look up. I don't know about y'all. I'm just reading his comments, and it's now they're all saying they're vampires because because they're I guess pro Camden. I just feel you shouldn't be pro anybody in this. Like, why does it always have to be like, this is another thing I don't understand. And this is when I say that a lot of people, like, in these sorts of spaces, craft these narratives for the sake of, like, a lot of times just trying to be right or trying to be on the side of something, because Mamamax is a dumbass to, like, put it lightly. Spencer had involvement that is absolutely questionable at best, and some things aren't making too much sense. But Camden could also just be real still. Doesn't necessarily negate every single thing. And, like, everyone can be cringe. Everyone has the ability to be cringe. I think that's like my biggest thing is, like, I'm just, like, a certified everyone hater. Maybe that's what sets me apart from the rest.
Went all the way back to Texas. And went
Yes.
to Texas. And so at this point in time, you hadn't contacted the police department at all. The only interaction you had with the police was when Camden was bringing you out food, pretending you were a homeless person.
Yeah.
So
I just out of curiosity, Spencer specifically, do you believe in this investigation that was done, the police had failed you?
Yeah, I believe that, Detective Fontana should have been able to help me more.
Okay, I understand the racism component, except it's weak but it's like sparse, and without that included, my video has 12 sections already, when I usually have 5. And I will throw that into I have a section on, like, the coverage, like the general coverage by who's covering it. But, like, I don't know how else to say this. It's only me doing this, People got mad at me for saying that in my swoop video because her team's only 2 other people. Do you know how much 3 of me could do? That's crazy. It's like, I don't know. I don't know if I could get into anything, like, extra, like, I'm already, like, super, it's probably like I'm serious. My video will probably be like 2 hours. So, like, ooh, man. Yeah.
Trafficking 911 should have been able to get me directly into contact with whoever they were filing this to. I didn't know exactly what I was supposed to do. I was 18.
right.
I gotcha.
Where I was going with this is, obviously, when you got back to Texas, then you contacted Traffic 911, not the police department, right?
Okay.
It was since I'd left in 4th.
Oh no, I'm gonna talk about it. But I'm saying, like, to do, like, a dive into, like, the whole lore and everything, I just don't know where to even start with that. I also talk about those conversations, like, all the time. It's just, again, a lot. All right. So I have to go to the bathroom really quick. And I don't like just freebooting someone else's video. So what I'm going to do is play my recent video while I go to the bathroom. Hi everyone, today we are talking about kind of the concept of moving out of the social media space as people who used to be influencers. We're going to be talking about ex-Vlog Squad member Jason Nash and how we're beginning to witness the first large-scale wave of influencers fully losing their relevancy and ability to make a living online and having to transition back to so-called regular lives. Before we get into all of that, links, sources, ways to support the channel, including Amazon, Patreon, YouTube memberships, all that kind of stuff, all down below, including links to what's on my face. And I want to thank all of my current members and patrons' names on the screen. There's also an email to suggest content down below. Now, I'm going to be honest right now for a quick second with you all. I, on this past weekend, had something like really bad happen to me. I talk about it on Twitter, I guess, a bit. I don't really want to get into it too much in the videos or anything, but already it's been like a minute and it's been like hard to film. So if I'm a little bit off, I need to keep it pushing. Unfortunately, it's a reality of the world that we live in. I'll talk about that in this video as well. I'm not doing it very well right now, clearly. Anyway, while we go through this whole conversation, we're going to look at Jason Nash's podcast episode from last week. We're going to look at TikTok from Tana Mojo. We're going to look at kind of what's been going on with Gabby Hanna and just this general new trend that I've been seeing of videos on TikTok about this conversation. So 3 parts to the video. Part 1, I'm going to define what I've called the influencer CV phenomenon. Part 2, Jason Nash and TikTok live and what that transition has been like for him. And part 3, where is Gabby Hanna now? Part 1, the influencer CV phenomenon. So this is not a thing that anyone has coined up to this point, to my understanding, and I have no idea if only French people call resumes CVs, but I want to discuss this general phenomenon that I've noticed that started kind of coming up through commentary in 2016 to 2018, 2019-ish. When making my video that I made on 2016, 2017 YouTube, I had to watch a lot of those Jake Paul and Logan Paul diss tracks. I had to watch the videos reacting to them, people talking about Team 10, which has since dissolved, people talking about a lot of these figures that are not that kind of prominent anymore in the space. One of the things that was really interesting was Jake Paul's diss track on like teachers, like on the concept of going to school.
What's the answer, Jake Paul?
Why don't you tell us some shit that we're actually going to use in our real lives?
Yeah, why don't you teach us something useful?
A lot of these comments. Hello, I've returned. Debbie, super TLDR. A guy like, I blocked his driveway going to the dog park and he destroyed my car with his bare hands. After I filed an insurance claim for someone else trying to cut me off and hitting my door 2 months ago. Brand new car, by the way, $40,000 car. So, yeah. Yay. I am doing great.
4th of July. I reported this in September because of the whole Wattpad thing where Carrie was threatening my sister because of Camden.
September, when you were in the group home, you reported this to the police.
And this is 2016 or 17?
Wait, in the group?
You said you reported this when you were in September?
No. The September of 2017.
Okay.
So the year after. So this is after I've already been in Texas. I was freshly 18.
When I say destroy my car, that might be a bit dramatic. I tried to pry my license plate off with his bare hands, kicked a dent into my door, ripped off the front and back wiper blades, and was like punching my car with his hands, trying to like make my airbags go off and stuff. And there might be other damages. I haven't found them yet, if there are, but that's about what I've got so far. So at least like 1,000 something at least to fix. So yeah.
And me and the other survivor had seen that notification where someone asked about the cult and we said, no, it's a cult. And yeah,
so
after
yes,
I saw the threat to my
on her with the whole cult thing, I also said that a little bit at the beginning. And thank you, Debbie. Yeah, it's something that like I said that too because I was like, if he's hiding people, they were punching my car. I saw them. I saw him when I was walking back to the car where I had parked. Anyway, so this is also like, this guy was like wealthy, clean cut, nice house. But he was like in such an incoherent rage that like the sentences he was saying were like kind of, his face was really dead. It was very weird. Anyway, yeah, so Spencer talks a lot about how essentially Camden was hiding her inside of his house. And like in his room, right? But then there's all these other people involved coming in and out. or there's all these people involved and recruiting and all these things, all these people called wives and stuff, but nobody's ever answered the question to me, or maybe I'm stupid, about where was everybody? Because Camden didn't have his own house. You know? So, where's that coming from? You know, I just don't get it. Anyway.
Sister, that night I contacted Detective Fontana.
So when you came back from Texas from Camden's house, how many months after did you get in touch with Detective Fontana?
From my last personal contact with him, that's just from beginning of July to early September.
And which police department was seeing this with that detective?
I'm pretty sure it's Collin County. At least that's what it says on the flyer.
Okay.
Okay, so you contacted the law enforcement agent, I want to say 12 months after you got back to Texas, right? Because you said a year later, this is in 2017, so it's safe to say that you contacted law enforcement for the first time 12 months after you got back to Texas after your whole ordeal.
Yeah.
And that
So
was
she-
you
okay.
contacting Detective Fontana.
So she genuinely never answered the question of like where. Okay. Hundreds of victims, but where were they? Okay. Because, yeah, I just don't get it. Yeah, I understand that, but like run away to where? And because if they're just being, I guess she just means victims of being groomed online, right? I would assume that's what it is. It's just not that clear.
Collins County, right?
Call in. Just call in.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So Collin County, and where's Collin County located? Texas?
It's right out of DFW.
Northeast of DFW.
Okay, Northeast DFW, that's it. Northeast DFW. Okay. So when you contacted Detective Fontana, right, what was that initial conversation like?
It was, hey, this is me. This is my name. You were looking for me when I had ran away. This is kind of sort of what happened. I got lured over state lines, ended up being sexually and physically abused by this person. How do I report this? And he was like, well, not my jurisdiction. Here's For the One, or not For the One, Trafficking 911. Or no, he did send me to For the One. For the One sent me to Trafficking 911. Oh, these cunts!
Okay, so the law
yeah.
enforcement agent told you that because it wasn't their jurisdiction.
It's over for us girlies. I hope I don't get striked. That would suck. Okay. Evil have found old whisper posts talking about moving to Georgia. Can somebody, I should have put this in the chat so long ago. Can somebody who doesn't have premium, I'm actually just curious. Does this video have ads on it? Because I want to know. I'm just curious. I personally don't care. I think I don't care that much if people put ads on stuff. Unless it's like apology videos, I think that's a bit strange. But for the most part, like it's very difficult to dedicate the time when you can't dedicate you can't get the resources back in any capacity. You know what I mean? So like I'm not mad at that. I'm just curious because I just want to know like because Nick's talked about getting striked and stuff because of these types of things.
restriction to report.
It has ads, okay.
So you went missing in Georgia, therefore the Texas police officer could not.
I could have just done incognito. I'm just forgot.
They didn't refer you to communicate with the law enforcement agent in that specific county for Georgia?
No, he said that this isn't a state case. This is a federal case. He said I can't.
I don't know if I got an ad at the start. Can you trigger an ad? No, I just meant like from Nick's from this video, from Nicholas Diorio's video. I'm just wondering if it retained monetization. Like, I just want to know if it did, because I'm just curious.
Do anything about that.
So, in that response, so the cop told you it was a federal issue because I'm assuming you went across state lines, so anything that happens there is a federal situation. But instead of contacting something like the Federal Bureau of Investigation, one of their branches in Texas, he told you to contact a nonprofit.
Yeah, because he was like, they have all these people, they're advocates, they'll help you with this since you're so young, and this is going to be really traumatizing. Like, he told me to reach out to them for this support.
So I'm not talking about my stream, by the way. I'm talking about Nick's video. I would have gotten like a little ping if my stuff got cut.
So they told you to reach out for the support, but did they specifically say that's where you're going to make your report and they're going to do it?
Yeah. He said that they can file the report for you. They can take all the evidence and send it for you. Because he couldn't touch the evidence, is what he said.
At no point did the cop ever try, maybe referring the case to the Federal Bureau office in Texas or in the Dallas area.
I don't know. It was literally at night when I was calling him. I think he just wanted to get off the phone at that point.
Okay. Yeah, that's see and again, this is where I said in the beginning of this I was going to do the devil's advocate stuff. Is usually when a law enforcement agent can make the distinction that it's not their jurisdiction, but then they said it's federal. Their next answer should not be a nonprofit organization, because nonprofits, law enforcement's going to work with them, but usually if they're out there to make a distinction between whose jurisdiction this is, they would probably refer you to the FBI, which does in fact work with a lot of kidnapping, a lot of human trafficking cases. It's actually one of the they're the primary chief investigative agency when it comes to that in the United States. So that's where, again, just me obviously playing devil's advocate and obviously covering this as objective as I can, that's where it can be tough, right, to sort of understand. The cop made this distinction. It really seems like, I wish I could honestly hear this call or this. I really wish this was done over email or something, and we would have seen the law enforcement agents do that. But, so you went to Traffic 911.
This is so sitting here watching a video that's just like neck deep in cop PP is so funny to me, because I today, like a couple hours ago, I ordered Law Overruled. Alex, he re-released this shirt he made. That's like a lawyer. That's like him as a lawyer running with a briefcase. It says "Don't talk to cops." Because I'm like, yeah, there are clearly huge issues with law enforcement, and things get thrown out all the time. And there's so many silly laws that prevent things like double jeopardy and stuff. That like if an error is made, it doesn't even let you like rectify it. Sometimes it's just like a little bit bizarre. Mind me cleaning my Apple Watch and putting a new band on and stuff while we're doing this. I just need to soak my hands because it's making me a bit anxious.
And they're the ones who were supposed to do this for you. So after you had made your initial report with them, what happened after that?
Well, Sherry and another worker from Trafficking 911 drove all the way out to Wiley. They picked me up from my house, and we drove to the coffee shop, Shoemaker and Hart on Ballard Street in Wiley. And they had their little laptops and their notebooks and everything, and I was telling them everything from start to finish, to literally to the extent of, hey, one of the other members of this group that I was really close with, she was convinced to send nudes and then was later blackmailed with them. Like, I told them everything, gave them every photo, every screenshot, everything that we had. Of course, we were young. We didn't know what to screenshot, what was pertinent. We didn't know we should record calls. And
so you sent child pornography across the internet, right? Because you were under 18.
I didn't send any pornography myself, but Camden did record a video of him and myself when I was 16 and living with him. I know that's probably still floating around out there.
So if you were an unwilling participant in child pornography, why did you report that to the law enforcement agent at the time? Like, did you report that to Traffic 911? Did you report that to...
I reported that to Traffic 911. I talked about it to the detective too, and like I said, he still said, not my jurisdiction.
We also have screenshots of her chatting with Sherry from Traffic 911.
Okay, now, see, this is again where I'm just going to straight up say it. If you told Detective Fontana that there was evidence of child pornography and you were the victim, they would immediately have thrown you to the Federal Bureau right there, because again, it's child pornography, and they would absolutely.
It depends on the officer. I can attest to this. I have reported the distribution of CP to law enforcement, and even when I was in contact with the police on the phone, they kept saying, that's not my jurisdiction, go to this one. I would call that one. They said, this is not my jurisdiction, call federal. I report it through CyberTip and the FBI page, and nothing would ever happen. We received.
But Max, you have to admit, like, you're saying you talked to the detective in person, right, Spencer? You said that there's child pornography of you floating around. That's a little different than, like, I found this hub online.
I didn't say that to him in person. We didn't speak in person. Like I said, It was over the phone.
But yeah,
And
you're saying you're
all
having
he
like a
said was-
one-on-one interaction.
I mean, yeah, but like I said, all he said is that's not my jurisdiction. I was 18. I don't know the legal system like that.
Oh no, I'm not blaming you. Please don't take it that
No.
way. I'm
No,
just
no, no.
I was like pointing out that like there's a difference between Max, who is hunting pedophiles and providing evidence to try to get people thrown in jail, and like a girl talking to an officer directly.
Yeah. Because
Yeah.
that's one of the big things. That should have been like a big red flag when you guys were talking about this. I feel like initially in your video, if you had told us that, hey, I talked to Detective Fontana, and I told Detective Fontana that there is evidence of child pornography, and she did not follow that up with the Federal Bureau, because that's the thing. The Federal
Do
Bureau.
you know what it's like to report a police officer? Like, that's not a process free of stress. You know? Yeah, are they try? That's the other thing. It's like a lot of this, and then it circles back to like, oh, well, the point of this is we're trying to discredit Max as a, you know. Apparently, Mudahar is helping a couple of alleged victims or something on his own to like get in contact with law enforcement and stuff. But I'm just like, God, none of you should. I feel like if you have a vested interest in Max, you shouldn't be touching this almost like in real life. But I don't know. Another thing is like Mudahar lives in Toronto, doesn't he? What's he doing? Genuine question. Like, how does that work? That is all.
Bureau immediately takes that 100% to heart. And it goes beyond, like, this isn't like writing a cyber tip line or something. This is an actual verifiable human being talking to another verifiable human being who then has to, basically is compelled to write a report. Otherwise, everything falls on their shoulders, and that department itself too, if it's not adequately reported.
And that's why we say we are willing to sue, like, the law enforcement agencies for failing them, because we know there has been neglect for this case specifically.
Okay. So have you guys communicated to the Federal Bureau now about child pornography existing? You being a
Yes,
victim?
I've filed tips on the website on like the actual FBI website.
That was given to us by one of the lawyers who specializes in cults.
Other survivors have done it as well, including the other one who, Ishmael, the one who also was solicited pictures from because she was 14. We've been trying now. I mean, it's kind of damned if you do, damned if you don't at this point because it's been so long.
Oh, I was like, oh.
His quote-unquote main wife, she was a senior, and he had already been graduated. This was like right after I had come back to Texas, and I didn't even know about this specific group of people, but he apparently did have a whole group in person, and the people living with him are members of the cult. There is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 people total living there.
So
okay, so and just one thing too. This is jumping ahead a little bit. We'll go back. Camden owns firearms as well too, as he leads his cult.
Yes.
So he's currently armed and dangerous.
Hi, Mudkip
Yes.
Billy.
He's literally attempted murder and had the 2 men living with him commit crimes for him.
Is there any booking or
Yes,
document?
yes, smash and grab.
So Muda, there
What
is
the hell
a
does that
evidence
mean?
chat that you cannot see that is only for the
Besties, what does that mean? What does smash and grab mean? I don't know what that means. We have not had a good enough week in real life. Oh my god, to deal with this. Okay, Apple Watch finally done cleaning. Okay.
the survivors. We are currently we have a private channel and a public channel. The private channel is specifically things we want to wait to show.
There is evidence of crimes that were committed and the money was gotten for him. All 3 of his wives were arrested on felony shoplifting because he would tell them to literally steal anything and everything that wasn't tied down so that they could sell it for money. They would sit there and break into smoke shops and steal Delta 8 weed, like the legal weed.
Yeah, in Texas.
Yeah, well, that's in Georgia. They've got it too. So they would steal that and they would mix it with like real, actual marijuana.
Now,
and
these are
they
all
would sell
obviously
that.
like adults at this point, right? Like none of these
Yes.
are minors, because if they were arrested on felony charges, that would be a whole set of red flags.
Yes, but the 2 other wives were underage when they were first brought into the group.
Is there any name or like case number that I can pull up this public record of a smash and grab and these felony shopliftings?
Max, do you know where it is?
Yes, I do.
Okay.
Do you want me to
Sorry, I
send
got
it?
distracted.
Yes, please.
Sure, yeah.
So I haven't sent anything because Nick has not signed the
Okay.
NDA.
Can you send?
Whoever said American jargon is so weird, real. Because, like, what the hell are you talking about? It's just theft. Theft is good. Like, oh my god. Hold on.
Send it directly to Mudahar.
Well, if these are public, then we just want to see the public.
I know,
showcase
it's
of
just
them.
weird
if it's-
slang.
Okay, that's fine.
The public like report of the smash and grab.
Muda, you gotta sign the super NDA to get the secret chat.
Yes.
You need to sign an NDA for the NDA for the other NDA.
Yeah.
God, is that how people think this shit is right now?
A little bit.
I
Yeah.
mean, a little bit, yeah. It's the problem is with you guys' story is you guys are bringing up this. So okay. So these public records, which I'm about to see, are of people that were under Camden, and they had felony charges for smash and grabs and felony shopliftings.
Not grab those and then the one of the guy.
Yeah. See, like this kind of information, if you had brought it up, would absolutely bring his character into question in your initial videos. And I think that's where people stress comes out
The
of.
thing was, we didn't meet these people until after we did the awareness campaign.
Yes. So we literally reached out to them on the first of this month.
Yeah. So I hope it's becoming clear why we did the awareness campaign first.
Yeah. Well, the other thing is I also want to look at these reports, and obviously reports are one thing, but I need evidence that connects the report to Camden.
He is living at the same address as Camden. He is. I mean, I'm not gonna.
See, well, no, because, like, honestly, I heard smash and grab, and I was like, I have no idea what that means. I actually have no clue what that means. But I'm also just, like, not very, smart. Also, remember to like the stream. Yeah, no. So, here's the thing, right? Okay, girl, think. So we're mocking the NDA concept, which is silly, right? Here's my thing. I feel like Nick and Mudahar are giving, like, the same energy, you know? Because, like, this is my issue with people like in this realm of the internet, like in the Chud Logic, Nick, Tom, Bull Blacks, Mudahar, you know, there's more of them probably, but Keemstar, whatever, is like they act like they're these super powerful authorities. They're the career enders. They're the true beacon of morality on YouTube. It's a lot of inflated self-importance that, even if they're not intending to inflict in a certain instance, comes through in everything that they're doing. And I feel like when you're handling things that historically you've been very ignorant towards, also, such as essay involving women, femme presenting people, etc. Like, who are you to, you know what I'm saying? Like, how are you this, like, powerful, unquestionable, deniable force, girl? This channel has 25k subs. And I'm the last one to bring up numbers because irrelevancy is my middle name. All right. But like if we're talking like career enders, like it's like they're thinking that they're like 2016 iDubbbz with like 1/10 of the relevance and like 1/20th of the widespread reach. You know? And it just makes it impossible for me to like the content, even if it is well done in certain circumstances. You know, I just can't get past it. I don't know. Yeah. So. I also want to say, so we're talking about how heavy these topics are and stuff. Tomorrow, so we're gonna do a quick little palate cleanser. We're gonna chat for 5 minutes because I'm getting really just tired. I'm gonna keep going on the stream vote, by the way. So very, 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 very OG people to the Mika's Rhetoric channel. I don't even know how many of them are left. This was back when my channel was just my whole last name. About Mudahar and why people trust him. I don't want to duke it out with Mudahar. I'm gonna be honest. I don't want to duke it out with Mudahar. That's yeah. I just like no, because there's so many benefits of the doubt that people are willing to and can give him to certain degrees that I think I would get bodied, even if I am right. Now, tomorrow. Okay, hold on. I got distracted. Super OG people of the channel. And I'm talking before my huge creep show art video. I used to do a podcast with my friend Elle on the channel called Reading Rhetoric and Retweets. Now that I own a separate camera and I'm not recording on my phone, I can do this again, because it used to be I would have to take 2 separate layers of audio and 2 separate layers of film done with a delay and try to sync them. And it was like really horrible to like edit and produce. And I think we're going to bring it back. And our first return episode will be niche interest PowerPoints. And I am going to do mine on the beginner's guide to Girl World. And I'm saying this because I'm like, do we want to stream making the PowerPoint? Would that be a fun activity to do? That is what I'm asking. I would do that tomorrow, probably. Also, just let me know. That is our segue. That was our palate cleanser. I just wanted to bounce some ideas. Now we're back. And I'll make a little poll.
Say his address, but it's easily findable online.
The thing is even if you are living at the same address, you have to provide a receipt of communication or something that proves that he was the one that led him to do this, you know? The thing is, my brother could live with me and he can rob a bank tomorrow. That wouldn't necessarily mean that I told him to rob a bank for me, right? That could be entirely out of his volition. That could be entirely out of his own decision-making. You see where I'm getting at? So this is where I say, like, whenever you talk about these situations or you bring this up, you got to have 100% proof linking these things together, because that's literally what he could say. It's like, I didn't say anything to them, and then you guys, the burden of proof is on you because you made the accusation in the first place there.
Yeah, you bring up oh, sorry, you can go, Max.
Oh, thank you. So what we could do is have Rick Allen Ross appear as an expert witness, since he is a verified cult psychologist, and he has appeared as an expert witness to testify against cult leaders and explain cult psychology to a court of law. Mm-hmm. And he might even be able to deprogram these individuals for the criminal case against Camden. But
how would he get access to people who are still like in contact with Camden?
What was that?
How would we get access to people who are still like in the direct living quarters of Camden, like people who are still there? How would you be able to decultify? I forgot what term you used, but how would you actually get to that? Deprogram.
There's one part that I can't really talk about because it is like we're getting evidence together, and it is going to be like.
Okay, I genuinely think, it's. Hold on, I need to write this before I forget. Okay. Here's my thing. Why is it her responsibility to deprogram people? Like I just feel like it's not, when someone's gone through something like that. Oh my God. Lacaille 2020, girl, I'm Shook After Dark on Sunday nights is my Sunday service. Okay, I am on that stream. If it's not 5 hours long, start to finish every Sunday. It's just me, my friend, Back 40 Ice Grape, a water with fresh ice and fresh flavor packet, and Alex is shook. Notifications off. Yeah, no, it'd be like this time tomorrow, probably. Mudahar flipping properties in Toronto is like the worst of the worst because the rent's like doubled in Toronto in the past like 6 years because of people like that. It's like unlivable. Like my rent in Montreal is half of what it would be in Toronto. And by like comparable city density, it's like pretty similar. So Montreal has less people. It's also less big across the area that you're counting. But also, like, Toronto is bigger, but I'm saying it's not bigger enough that it's like, you know. But on one hand, Spencer is this discreditable person who, like, let's go through the books that we should crack out for this, actually, because she's Spencer's supposedly this like discredit, like this like person with no credit, but then they're also like, how are you fixing everything? It's like, what? That's like the fact that guy went like sicko mode on my car, that now I should be teaching an anger management class. It's like, why is that my problem? You know what I mean? Okay, here's the books we need to bring in. I have too many things, so I started putting a bunch of stuff up here. All right, we're gonna need, oh boy. Okay, we're gonna need, okay, here's something. Gus ate my copy of Jesus and John Wayne. Even though I had tabbed it and everything. So I cried when this happened. It's still readable. I'm just really sad. So I'm gonna put this back on my Amazon wishlist if anyone wants to rebuy me this. You don't have to. I will eventually rebuy it, but I just like, I have too many things to do, unfortunately. I also would I also can't convince myself to rebuy it if I already have it, even though it's destroyed. Next, Misinformation Age. We'll need this one, for sure. We're gonna need... Oh boy. I have to get up, and I just don't... Hold on. I also need something else. Okay. I have a lot of books. Hold on. Ah! Okay. Here's the books we're cracking out. We're bringing out the classics. Okay. So we're going to have The Death of Expertise. Because this book is about how people on the internet think that they don't need to actually go to school for stuff or do things properly. Because, yeah. I hope other people end up sharing their story. Like, I don't watch Edwin anymore, but it would be nice if someone else covered this. Covered what exactly? I when we're talking about Edwin. Is Edwin... Give more context to that, because I'm just curious. So you're talking about Spencer's story. Oh, okay, I see. Like I said, I'm going to cover this. My approach is Mamamax is a hack. The people covering it are messy, but sometimes right. But at the end of the day, this appears to be somebody who was super traumatized, and this is like the circus of the internet makes things. That's my angle on this one. Okay? Anyway, death of expertise. Because Mamamax is a hack, kind of low-key, so are some of the other people. Conflict transformation, restorative justice. We're just going to talk about kind of how conflict can create cycles that perpetuate more things, that kind of stuff. We're not going to say that she needs to, before anyone freaks out, because the concept of restorative justice usually means to resolve the conflict with the person who harmed you. We're not looking for that here. It's just going to be... the angle about like how trauma cycles and things like that. Okay. Misinformation age, which this talks about, people being able to fall for things that aren't real. And then if I can convince myself to read a book with bite marks in it, this talks about evangelical Christians falling for stuff. And I'm going to do that for the argument that like, why would you fall for a cult at 16? Because I wouldn't have. Okay. So this is our literature spread for the video, okay? What's what book called? Which one? So this is the one on how people will fall for fake information because of the internet. This one is about restorative justice and like peace building and how trauma affects people. There are 3 books in this series. I've read all 3 in one of my classes, but I only own one. I'd like to buy the other 2. I just need to like find them. I don't remember what they're called. I could go to my old technically this is a law book, which is interesting. I have to go back to my old course outlines to find the other ones. Anyway, death of expertise, which is for people online thinking they don't need to go to school for stuff. The leftist cooks. I've never even heard of that in my life. But I will look into it. Anyway, this about people thinking that they can do anything. Whatever. This one, the death of expertise. It's this one. This one's really like, this is probably one of my favorite books of the books that I read. I also love Jesus and John Wayne, but you can't see the cover because the dust cover completely ate that. Like, she destroyed. There's actually a piece of the dust cover. I just saw it somewhere. Like, stuck in the pages because of how, like, ferociously he was tearing it apart. So this will be about the sort of like, oh, well, when I was 16, I wasn't falling for a cult. And talk about how, like, evangelicals fall for stuff all the time. That's what those books are for. Now, I still have my other books from my teaching Gen Alpha video. So I'm going to put these back on the shelf, and we'll keep watching the call.
The full, like, heavy stuff.
There's a lot happening behind the scenes.
Well, it's all happening behind the scenes.
We're not able to discuss it yet.
This one in particular is, like, the big behind the scenes. Like, all I can say is, like, we know a way to get in contact. And that's all I can say.
Are you...
Like, go ahead, sorry.
Okay, so do you, I guess, have a layout of what his current living conditions are? Is his mom still in the picture, brother still in the picture? You know where he lives, but do you know who populates the house?
He's been lying to members of the cult, saying that he killed both his mother and his brother. They have nothing to do with him. One of the other addresses that he used to live at with one of his friends, I think that dude cut him off. But he's living with, it's the 2 men and the 3 women that are his quote-unquote wives.
Okay.
Yeah, so, Max, you have those police reports, by the way?
I'm pulling them up right now.
Okay, so, all right, so, again, the whole thing is, so, he's got this cult, these people are not doing criminal actions on his behalf, he's armed and dangerous. Have you reported this to the FBI, the ATF of the area? Like,
yes.
any branch? And what did they say about it?
I'm also going to commend where commending is due, right? At the end of the day, Mamamax is handling things terribly. And making things like an artistic representation is, like, nuts, right? But, like, and it's good for people like Nick and Mudahar who have pretty big platforms, especially Mudahar because he has like 2 million subs and it's actually bigger than Max, to kind of be like, this important thing is being thrown around irresponsibly and these practices shouldn't be done. Now, as always, the perceptions and opinions that lie underneath seep through in a way that I feel like it can be counterintuitive in the perception, right? And I'm going to be honest with y'all. I'm probably not going to go as hard on Nick and Mudahar as you might want in my video, because at the end of the day, a lot of this, and the most important thing is that practices like Jared from Subway hunting should not be a YouTube scandal in the first place. So that's where we're at.
When we try contacting Baldwin County right now, they're saying that, oh, well, we can't really do anything about this right now. And right now,
So,
Wait, what?
Okay, so you've explained to law enforcement clearly he's armed and dangerous, and he refused to do nothing.
that's so far. We're going to contact them again and, try and urge them again. There's only so much that we can do, being states away.
Of course. It's just that if you, again, I always bring the federal jurisdiction into it too. It's like, if he is, because again, listen, I mean, cops come out on swatting reports all the fucking time, that's because people can be armed and dangerous. So I assume that because this person is armed and dangerous and he's running what appears to be a fucking criminal outfit, it should be a lot easier to get law enforcement involved, and that's where my shock really comes out of. That's where trying to wrap my head around this is a bit foreign. But
honestly, the reason why I wouldn't go mask off is because then I'm doing the same thing, right? That I'm the same thing that I'm criticizing them for, and I'm the same thing as I'm criticizing Max for, right? Does that make sense?
okay, so he's dangerous. Law enforcement doesn't want to do anything about it. Is there any reason why this evidence that you guys have under an NDA is a huge concern of mine too? Obviously, I think asking any YouTuber or any personality to make a PSA, right, let's say on the situation, without letting them have access to the evidence that they can use to discuss this individual in their PSA, that's where the issue is, and that's why the campaign to really hit the influencers has fallen flat. Because obviously, I'm sure people like Nick, you can't cover something unless you can see the evidence instead of just a witness testimony. Same for people like me, or Turkey Tom, or Moist Critical, or really any person on the internet. That's an issue, and you guys do understand that, right?
Yes, so I would like to explain my position on this.
Sure.
So the purpose of the NDA is to protect the survivors. That is why the NDA protects their anonymity, and for them to be able to give the approval of what they want to share. But we do want to let people in and see what is occurring here. It's just my priority has been to protect the survivors.
Okay, but you do understand. Say Charlie looks at everything, hypothetical, right? Charlie can't then go, guys, there's a predator on the loose. I saw it on Discord. That wouldn't be sufficient for his audience. It's one thing to get somebody on board and to get moral support behind the scenes and join a group chat. It's another thing to get actual support, the stuff that you're looking for, and you won't get that until you show more publicly.
Right, and I guess the challenge for me with showing the evidence is I personally have not been walked through the evidence besides Spencer's.
Sorry,
the survivors,
I'm not laughing at this. I got a comment, on my community post I put up to talk about the stream, where someone said my dog is a grown man in a dog suit, and I'm laughing because a couple of my friends have also said that Gus has eyes that are way too human, and I just think it's funny. So apparently the videos being fake thing is talked about in this call. This is the infamous call that brings it up. So that's something that will come up. Like I said, so it's you know how okay, I'm gonna explain this in Shakespeare terms. English teacher core. Anyway, you know how Julius Caesar was real, right? Julius Caesar was a guy who did stuff, but then the play Julius Caesar is fiction, right? It's this. It seems like it's the same concept, or like how Hamlet was a person who existed, and then Shakespeare made a fictitious adaptation of something that's happened to them. That seems to be what he was going for. But the thing is that these people, when Shakespeare was talking about them and stuff, one, were dead probably a lot of the time, but also just it wasn't like an active current event that was affecting people, and that his fictitious adaptation will make it worse. But that's like the direction that I think he's going, was like a fictitious adaptation of something that happened, like with like an artistic oh Jesus. Uh-oh. What have I done? Ooh, my G-Force experience. What does any of this mean? Wait, I can Alt F1 to screenshot, and I didn't know that the whole time. Wow, that's epic. How do I make it go away? Oh, okay, there we go. But yeah. Okay. Sorry, all of my strawberry stuff fell off my little monitor shelf. Can you tell what my favorite Lush fragrance is? This is just my friend who's my Lush plug gets stuff for me because she's iconic.
Speak with me. But that's why I've been just asking the general public to please be patient. Like, there's a lot of things we need to wait for. I am just trying to get the word out that this is Camden Gerard Davis. This is what the accusations against him are. And it's also, you can also, like, we are fine saying this is all alleged. Like, we are fine if...
Well, you can't just say it's alleged now.
No, because, yeah, 100%, that's not...
Yeah.
I'm fine doing it because I trust them. But
okay,
all I want to do...
you said you didn't review most of the evidence besides Spencer, though.
I reviewed the evidence. I just haven't had the context as to what it is pertaining to.
So you looked at the evidence, but you don't understand?
Yeah, in the exact timeline, which has been why... just one of many reasons why it's been such a struggle to create the comprehensive timelines, as I'm waiting on a lot of different things.
But you see, that's why people are inflamed with you right now. It's because you just told me in this call that you didn't properly review every single victim, and now you're comfortable calling a man a pedophile, right? Like, you know, whatever happened, I'm not sure, I don't know, but whatever happened, you're calling him a pedophile. Now you're saying in this...
I have one friend who sends me Lush. I have one friend who sends me XSPR. And I just am silly. I send them stuff back. I buy my own stuff and send it to them, but it's just funny. They send me much nicer packages because they get free things they can put in. Like, my friend sent me 2 full-size Milk Hydro Grip primers. That's like $110 for 2 of those. They are very expensive. And actually, I gave one to a friend of mine because I can't go through them fast enough to when they would go bad. And my friend that I gave it to has dry skin, and the Milk Hydro Grip's a little bit too hydrating for me, so I like it, but I like the Elf one more.
You've been calling this person a pedophile, and you've been having this expectation that we just jump on board when, you know, you are the chief investigator in this. It's not me, it's not Nick, it's no one else. You are the chief storyteller, the investigator, the person who has, we believe that you were the only person up till now who has reviewed every single bit of evidence and put the context into your head. And if you've only read Spencer's, which is fine, that's one testimony, we've been told that he has trafficked hundreds of people. Is there evidence now that there are hundreds of people? Or you only appear to have 5 or 6.
So we can get into the public stuff at a later time. I would like for Spencer to finish, unless y'all are finished with asking Spencer questions.
Sure. Because I think once we're done with like the Spencer related stuff, it would make more sense to transition into.
Yeah, I don't want to go back and forth.
Yeah, that makes sense.
We'll save that for a little bit. There's honestly, there's not much more that we can ask you, Spencer, because you got out of this whole situation. The arrest sheets that you sent me on Discord just now. Just how do these people relate to Camden? Are they?
They are the 2 men that are living with him and committing crimes.
Chief Investigator is his big cringe. I 100% agree. Also, yes, somebody should sponsor me. I've been trying to get into like makeup space stuff for so long, and none of them want to hear anything from me, except like Jen Gerard. But we all know how that turned out. So I still have like the link and stuff because I'm just too scared to get involved with people's things. But I also don't like talk about it. Anyway.
On his behalf, they have been casing houses of an ex-member trying
I'm
to
gonna ruin everyone's lives right now, but her voice sounds like Illuminati's, and it's actually starting to like sink in.
Yeah, they are also armed.
Is there evidence of that? Did you meet these people at all during your time, or did you do like that's where I'm getting at? Because all I'm looking at is arrest sheets, but I'm not able to connect them. Like, do they live at the same exact address currently?
Yes, they do.
Yes.
They all. Well, I mean, if the cat's already out the bag, they all live at
115 Bay Valley Drive. Okay. So they all live there.
He is asking. I agree that Mudahar is asking like the quote unquote tough questions. But I don't know. Thrashing it all out publicly when you're not very like super good at it. I don't know if that's helpful. I think that's something that is helpful most of the time. I'm just not necessarily sure here if it's doing what it needs to do, I guess is what I'm saying. Now, quick question about do I do TikTok stuff? I do. Just not that often. I'm not crazy about it.
Did you, is there like a just a public?
Am I wrong in saying you have a contact inside the house?
No, there is it is publicly on there, and I found it upon searching for a name, and then the most recent survivor is the one who confirmed it officially.
All right, but you definitely don't have a contact inside the house, correct?
Not inside the house currently.
Okay.
So, I guess that's your entire story, your experience with Camden. Is there anything you feel, Spencer, you want to add more that we haven't asked?
Not really that I can think of.
Okay, well then I guess we can transition over to the investigation, and this is again just pertaining directly with Max at this moment. So I guess we can continue what we were talking about 5 minutes ago.
All right. So, feel free to ask questions.
Do you feel like you're in over your head?
I feel like I need help with this, and that's why I've been asking for help.
He's so loud.
Wait, asking who for help in particular?
Every influencer in my contact list, I have asked for help.
But what does Charlie have to offer you on this kind of case? Has Charlie done this before?
His voice, his reach.
Voice and reach is one thing, but when you spoke to Mudahar specifically, you said, like, I could have used this advice months ago. It doesn't sound like when you're asking Anthony Fantano for help, it's the same type of thing that you're asking Mudahar for.
Correct. It is all, I'm asking for help based on the strengths of everyone I know.
Okay.
Yeah, but okay, so we have a reach on our platform, but that doesn't immediately put us into an expertise to handle a situation like this. Do you agree?
Well, you specifically, Muda, in terms of investigations, I think you are optimal.
Yeah, but when I'm doing investigations, you can agree that I'm always bringing the facts and the evidence to the table. With your videos on the subject, there hasn't been much evidence that we've been able to see. And I know that it's all behind an NDA, but you've been calling this person a pedophile, and today we're literally discussing that you didn't properly review the evidence pertaining to anybody else but Spencer. So now how am I, if I had went along with what you said, that makes me very irresponsible, right?
I don't see where you're going.
It's so over.
If I was to tell you, hey, listen, this guy financially scammed his audience, right?
Sorry.
And you
I know, it's... Okay.
blindly went on it. You would go with
I'm going to tell you guys, none of you psychologists in the chat diagnosed me with anything about how my brain works because I get scared. Now listen, one of my favorite things to do is I sit with my thoughts and I think about how I would explain this phenomenon neutrally. So I would say something like, let's say this. How would I explain this to my mom, who had her first access of actually functional internet 10 months ago? If not later than that. Somewhere between 8 and 10 months ago, right? So, Mom, there's a guy named Max who used to make hentai reviews and videos about how much he hated his life. Then he made a video essay on Kanye West in a video game that was kind of dark, and then decided he wanted to move into like crime stuff, kind of. And he decided that he was the Jared from Subway hunter of the world. Then he starts claiming that people who don't want to help him with these videos are Jared's themselves. Excuse me. And the whole platform is because they don't want his videos up that put people's addresses on them, because he so-called found these Jareds and proved it. Then these guys that he asked for help with that are kind of popular, but also just constantly make jokes about how like women are cringe and like definitely give like basement dweller energy a lot of the time, all banded together to point out that this guy is kind of sus, which is fair. But then they literally call themselves chief investigators and are acting like they're the key to solving this problem while criticizing a guy for doing that also. But at least these Xbox player ass people actually want evidence concrete in front of them before they would help him and then potentially bring other people in. Meanwhile, around all of this is this poor girl who's suffered something and now has the internet fighting and discrediting or crediting or leaning in, whatever, because of how much of a mess the first guy was. The one who used to make the review videos. That sounds nuts. That sounds nuts. Right? That's what I'm saying. Like, I think about this all the time. And then I realize how much grass I touch. You know? Like, how like, deep you need to be to even grasp this stuff. You know? Super clearly. Like, it's wild.
Assumption that I have
Well-
absolutely vetted the evidence and I have the, story down to a T, right?
I don't want you to come in blindly and like just do what I say based on what I'm saying. I wanted what is happening right now, a conversation with a survivor and her walking you through her evidence. That is why I've been inviting people to the server. That is why, like, yeah, I don't want y'all to like just start making it. Like, I want y'all to like get in and look at this with me and, determine what needs to be done from there.
Can you break down your mindset of why you decided to go through the campaign the way that you did?
So when Spencer initially reached out to me, this was like 2021?
Yeah, April 2021 is when we first met in person.
April of 2021. She explained everything that happened to her. She said she was a fan of my channel, and I wanted to do this project with her. I just told her that I would like to finish my current projects first. If you want me to hand off this project to someone else, I will reach out. And Spencer, do you remember what you said?
I literally told Max, I don't want anyone else. I want you on this.
So,
And while
Okay, that's cringe. That's just cringe. I don't know why. I just think it's, I don't know. It just
that Spencer, that you specifically wanted Max.
Because with everything else that I've seen from other, I guess, pedo hunters, the way Max was going about it in the videos that I had seen at the time, it just, he was putting himself out there and literally catfishing predators and trying to get that evidence. And I was like, I mean, if he can do all this, maybe we could find a way into the cult one day and get all the evidence and implicate the shit out of Camden.
What part about Max's investigations really drew you in?
Just his persistence on it and not giving up on it. Like, it didn't matter what anyone else had to say, he doubled down. And that's how I feel with the few people that are still in support of Max in this situation now. I feel that they felt the same way that I did then.
Okay.
So to continue from there, Spencer wanted me. So by the time I finally got back to her, this was after I'd been canceled. This was after all of the
Bruh, I don't know why. I almost like spiraled for some reason. Like, in the concept of the fact that internet canceled is in the same sentence as trying to get a Jared. And the fact that I even have to say it like that, like, I feel like I'm in, like, hold on. I need to look up what I'm feeling right now. Like, I genuinely feel like this right now. Like that Simpsons spoof scene from The Shining where he's like speaking gibberish. That's how I feel right now. Because what do you mean? Oh, before I got canceled, and we're talking about an alleged cult leader? Why are these conversations in orbit with each other? I feel like I sound nuts just reiterating it to myself.
Information campaigns against me. And this is when I started looking into cult psychology, and reading books on it and reaching out to cult psychologists, because what is occurring in our society, and I'm sure y'all have seen it too, like there is so much disinformation, there's so much blind belief. And I know it may seem like I'm contributing to that, but we do have the evidence to back up everything. I just,
You have the evidence to back up that he's a pedophile.
Pretty much. Would you say so?
Pretty much, I mean.
So, was interviewing cult psychologists, and based on what they were telling me, like there are patterns in our community, in our society, as a species, like we are just blindly believing manipulative people, charismatic leaders, malignant narcissists, psychopaths is what the cult psychologists are calling them. And so I wanted to put a microscope on that subject, while also
New book review. Now we gotta bring in another book. This one. Because that's on what he's talking about. Like how leaders can make people think certain ways. So the new book just entered the chat. Now I've got, oh my God. Anyway.
Also addressing Spencer's case because of cult leadership. And that was probably a foolish decision to try to put everything in just one video. But I was expecting to make like a 3-hour comprehensive documentary on everything for the next few years, which is what we're still doing.
Why didn't you release with that initially? And again, I know it's the PSA to initially seek out the victims or something, but when you're making a PSA, why in your PSA did you make a statement of fact that this person was a pedophile? You could have just said, hey, we're investigating this individual. There's been allegations of pedophilia and trafficking. If you are a victim, please come and reach out to us. Why was it direct statement of fact?
Well, I addressed him as a cult leader and sexual predator because that's how he has been described by the survivors. And even testimonials themselves serve as evidence in a court of law. So to me, that is all of the evidence I need to say this man is a sexual predator and cult leader.
So you're saying the allegation in and of itself is the evidence?
I'm sorry?
So you're saying the allegation in and of itself is the evidence?
It was everything. It was the evidence that was already there. It was the amount of them. It was the consistency of their testimonials. And it was...
like you see the fallacy in that. Like imagine if I said, Max, you're a rapist, and Nick was to say, oh, well, that's a statement of fact because Muda made this statement, and that
you don't have to say Muda made the statement. Say 5 girls said it.
Yeah,
because that's what happened.
Well,
5 girls.
Yeah. Am I in crazy land? If a bunch of people go, hey, this guy SAs people, maybe he does. Am I crazy? This is what I mean when I say their like beliefs slip through. Right? Because there are lots of things that you're not collecting evidence. Like nobody is paranoid enough to constantly collect things in the way that these people want them to. And I say this all the time when I'm like talking about like people facing all these traumas and stuff. And it's like, oh yeah, they literally like were like, oh, well, you didn't do like an essay kit the second it happened. You didn't like take pictures. It was the same thing as like when the guy was like destroying my car and the cops are like, why didn't you pull your phone out and record him? Because a guy had a big stick that I thought was a crowbar. Turns out it was my wiper blade. And I thought he would whack me with it until I unalive if I started recording him. I thought he would run at me. Like, people never understand, like, women's, like, fear. And this guy would beat her. This is what I'm saying. It's like, am I crazy? Like, and I'm not saying, before one of y'all clips this, that, like, you shouldn't have evidence. I understand that. But, like, if a bunch of people are saying the same thing, and especially if they don't know each other, and they're saying the same thing about this person, maybe it's because it happened. Like,
Said it.
Well,
Yes,
About you.
after, yes, after they were in a group chat together for 3 months, after changing their allegations.
Wait, I'm
multiple
sorry.
times,
What group chat are you in? The evidence server with all of the girls?
there's evidence in there. It's not just them plotting to take down.
But there was
Camden.
evidence in the other one too, right?
Yeah,
You
there
did
was
go on her
evidence that
Facebook and
wasn't available
post
either.
the self-harm stuff. You did like all those social media messages and stuff like that. That was you, right? Be it not the most important part of the story, clearly, but like it's not like they just lied about you.
I'm sorry. Could you repeat that?
You were like the social media part where you put like the self-harm video on Haley's thing. That was real, correct?
Oh yes, that was real. So that was. Let me explain that situation fully. I was in the military. Haley had made a Facebook posing as me to stop some other allegations that were against Anthony Field at the time, which is the girl I showed whose face is blurred and believe all abusers. She was making allegations against Anthony. Haley made a Facebook of me posing as me, trying to tell people that this girl is crazy. And then after she did all of that, she gave me the Facebook with the login information. She's like, here, use it. I don't need it anymore. And I'm like, okay. And then in the military, we were talking, texting. And then just one day I was losing it. I was depressed. And I cut myself and I posted it on that Facebook. And I said, thanks, Anthony Field, or something to that effect.
and I just think the internet pisses me off so much with the like mentality of like, if you don't have everything, you have nothing. Because that's just not realistic. It's not. And it's like, I've had things happen to me in this realm. Okay. Like, someone tried to like force themselves on me at like a prom and like years ago or whatever. And like, that did not happen to me because I didn't record it. You know what I mean? And the event of how that happened isn't different or false because I can't show you something. And I understand Subway Jared allegations are some of the most serious things ever. I get that. And I understand wanting to collect evidence for it. It's just this general consensus of like these sorts of channels that are like, if it's not up to like the bar for me, it never happened. So, anyway.
Yeah, I would say that is certainly evidence of something.
So, but I'm just saying that a majority of Haley's testimony is like the social media stuff, the cutting, like the only part of it that's contested is what happened in the hotel room, correct?
There's multiple things that were contested from my recollection. Like, she was trying to say like I was stalking her the whole time when she was literally inviting me to parties to go out with her. We literally cuddled and she let me kiss her cheeks and draw on her stomach. So she was painting me as like a stalker. And I was trying to say, no, this was a complicated. And to be clear, she was also like sending me self-harm stuff. So it wasn't just me.
I think the difference is the public versus private. I'm sure it's like, yeah, obviously sending self-harm stuff is manipulative in either way, right? But like the public act is a much higher elevation.
The public act was a cry for help because that was the day I tried to hang myself. Thankfully, one of my battle buddies found me and I showed him like what I was doing, like hanging my belt around the friggin' railing, and he took me to sergeant. Anyway, that's what happened. And that's one of the last interactions I've ever had with her. The actual last one was I tweeted at her saying sorry. And then, but that was after I got out of the military, months later.
So, okay, to whittle this on back to, again, this situation that we're currently discussing here.
Yes.
You called this, like, you told me in this call that there was a super secret evidence server that even I couldn't look into. And I'm going to personally say it. I looked through the evidence in that server, and I didn't find anything that could be used as a, I guess you could say, silver bullet, you know? Like, I didn't find anything that would absolutely hold up in a court of law. Nothing over there was...
I think
there any evidence that you think?
Everything is the silver bullet. Everything put together is the silver bullet. Even their testimonies with
Mudahar, my brother in Christ. I also don't know if you would know what that is. Necessarily. Or maybe you do? I don't know. I'm getting anxious now because I'm worried people are going to be mad at me that, like, I'm critical of these things. It's just, all of this is such a mess. And I feel like I'm getting very black-pilled about it.
8 of them signed would be enough, I believe.
Okay, the testimony is one thing, but the evidence, how do you believe it's a silver bullet? What specific points of evidence, and we can have this...
Spencer, do you want to
what
go
is-
over
yeah.
this?
Okay, so this evidence proves that he is a cult leader. Okay, so to ask... So you've got you've talked about like these... So first off, I'm just going to say like a testimony by itself would not hold up in a court of law that much. I think we all can reasonably agree on that. Alone will never do it.
I think multiple would. I've been looking it up.
Multiple, even without corroborated evidence, would not.
Wait.
You have 100 testimonies, and it would never hold
Dude,
up.
I don't
that's so
think that's
painful.
true.
I've been looking it up. Fuck
I
me,
don't think
dude.
that's true.
You don't think that's true?
From what I've been advised on, I don't think that's true.
So you're telling me like this guy runs a cult, right? So let's say we had 100 testimonies of him running a cult. You
Okay.
think those 100 testimonies...
Max looks this up on ChatGPT. Let's use like the actual internet. Can witness testimony... Girl, I need to hit the space bar. Probably would be helpful. Testimony be enough in a sentencing of a subway Jared, but I'm writing the actual word. Okay, so here is... So this is a website from a lawyer. Let's not. Let's see. Okay, let's see what we got here. Oh my god, that is... Also, the text is very small. Give me a second. All right. Subsection 3, subsection 8, or whatever, however you read this. Participating in criminal justice proceedings can be extremely difficult and is often traumatic for victims of that word. SA victims often re-traumatizing through criminal justice process. Okay. Yes. So I'm reading this really, really fast because I'm trying to find if there's anything actually relevant. Because another website from a lawyer says that with multiple testimonies can be in Canada can result in sentencing. I just don't know. The thing with Canada is finding legal things. I find it to be a bit more difficult. This is implying that statements are functional, though. Victims of offenses can choose to present victim impact statement at time and sentencing and describe impact the crime has had on them. Where communities impacted by SOs, community impact statement can be submitted. Restitution may also be available for victims' readily ascertainable losses directly related to the said crime. This is success accessing the aids. Third-party records. Then they have stuff about if you found the consent to be muddy. Let me try another website. Yeah, the issue. Oh, here we go. Miss Canadian Criminal Code. Holy moly. Okay. I remember it being particularly hard to read this. So they talk about different sentences, what time, determination of a sentence. Okay. So there are different provincial regulations also. So the thing is too, clearly, okay, here's the Canadian Criminal Code. So here's all your different types of evidence, okay? Zoom in because it's really small. When determining the sentence to be imposed on an offender, or this is so many big words. Hold on. Okay. I know it's not the US. I'm just trying to Mudahar's from Canada. That's why I want to know what the law is here. Because of what he's saying. When determining because he's him and Nick, but he's the one being like, these aren't enough, right? So when determining the sentence to be imposed on an offender, determining whether an officer should be discharged under Section 730 in respect to the offense, the court shall consider any statement of a victim prepared in accordance with this section and filed with the court describing physical or emotional harm, property damage, economic loss suffered by victim and commission of the offense. Inquiry by the court. As soon as feasible, after finding guilt in any relevant imposing sentence, they shall acquire the reasonable steps provided. So this is the charge. Presentation of statement. The court shall, on the request of the victim, permit the victim to present statement by reading it in close proximity of another person, reading it outside the courtroom behind a screen, or presenting it in any other manner the court deems appropriate. So the victim may have with them a photograph of themselves taken before the commission of the offense if it would not, in the opinion of the court, disrupt proceedings. If the statement is presented by someone acting on the victim's behalf, that individual may have with them a photograph of the victim taken before commission. The victim shall not present the statement outside of the courtroom unless arrangements are made for the offender and the judge or justice to watch presentations by the means of closed-circuit television. Otherwise, okay, so that means they have to do the official statement in the courtroom, which also might be why they don't want to release it, because they're saying that it needs to be done in the courtroom. Holy moly. Oh, so these are just the other sections of the... Holy moly. This is why I'm not a lawyer. Anyway, I'm just saying there is a bit of implication, at least at weakest, that these things are viable. So, like I said, I think what I'm saying is that they're acting as if testimonies are useless in every capacity. And that to me is a bit strange.
That by 100 people is enough to put him behind bars for running.
I went a little,
yes, I do believe that.
A little
Okay,
wild
so
on
now, those 100
the
testimonies, you haven't even explained to me yet what the cult is. So what is the name of the cult?
detour
There's
there.
multiple names. It changes because he is evasive. But
What is the primary name?
The primary
Yes,
name is
we
the
are
Guild of
still
Divinity.
alive.
It's also been known as the Eon Syndicate. It's also just been referred to as the Family or the Pack. Is there any other?
The Daemon family.
The Daemon Family.
Okay, is there any paraphernalia on the cult's psychology, the cult directives, the cult rules? Because cults usually have that.
What do you say it's called? Shit, I'm yelling like y'all are gonna answer me.
What is the name of the cult?
There's multiple names. It changes because he is evasive. But
What is the
Guild of-
primary name?
The primary name is the Guild of Divinity. It's also been known as the Eon Syndicate. It's also just been referred to as the family or the pack. Is there any other?
The Daemon family.
The Daemon family.
Okay. Is there any paraphernalia on the cult's psychology, the cult directives, the cult rules? Because cults usually have that.
If I've been trying to find it on the Wayback Machine, I don't know how to use that bitch. They used to have a YouTube called Guild of Divinity that has been since shut down. They do have a merch store, and there is an Instagram account that was active last in 2020, but that is ran by the girl and the one who bought my ticket.
Yeah. Okay. Testimonies alone will never result in conviction in the United States criminal court. Okay. Okay. I am too scared to read the U.S. criminal code because it varies by state also in a way that it's like there's too many states to be considered, but then it's federal. I don't know. I guess it's just bizarre.
From Memphis to Atlanta, and the one who's been sending him thousands upon thousands upon thousands of dollars over the years.
Can I see the merch?
Okay.
Yes.
Because here's where I'm going to get out with 100 people testimony. So I brought up the example. Having 100 people isn't going to be enough unless there's an actual established cult that we can properly catalog and archive. Because here's the thing, you need to have like actual tangible entities to go after. A cult is a very organized group,
but like, wouldn't the gynecologist with like the pregnancy and the miscarriage and stuff, would that not be something? Plus the missing poster. Plus her ending up in foster care in the same area at the same time. You know what I mean? Like, there are recorded things of them moving around, and like, there's a lot of stuff around it, I guess.
If Camden,
so this is constitutional law. Yeah, but y'all, isn't y'all's constitution like 200 years old and hasn't been touched or something? I heard that. Is that true?
Or victimized hundreds, not necessarily trafficked.
Okay, so victimized hundreds of people.
Like, it doesn't get amended very often. So is it still viable?
Link to the merch store.
My girlfriend pulled up a case that was by testimony only. I can send it to y'all if you want it.
Was that a cult case?
Multiple sexual assaults by gymnastic medical doctor.
Are you talking about the one from the Olympics?
His name is Larry Nassar. Ah, interesting. Yeah, it only came to light because it was on 60 Minutes. Yeah, sorry. So
There's the merch store.
That's the merch store.
The link to the Instagram is at the very bottom of it.
Is there, also a few emails. Is there a statute of limitations on child stuff? Oh my god, y'all not having actual health care is like, because like my medical records like exist in the ether, kind of like they are accessible. Last amended ad, it was in 1992. Moodsy Christ. Oh my god. Okay, well. Oh Jesus. Okay. I also want to preface that I'm not going to be commenting on a lot of legal stuff in the video because I'm not about to complain. I'm not about to claim like I know anything because literally I don't. And I can acknowledge that, but I'm gonna,
We kindly ask you to not reach out to those until everything is.
Is there a reason why I can't reach out? Or would they belong to Camden?
Yes.
Okay. And is there any reason why I shouldn't reach out to them? Just for this comment?
It would either be Camden or it would be the girl
who is sending him money.
Yeah. So she is one of those that would quite literally die for him.
And this would be Little Birdie 1234 Jalexa?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, that is one of her aliases in the cult.
So I hope it's clear why I'm so willing to just call him a cult leader and sexual predator. I feel there's enough here. People have gone by with a lot less. Even Charlie has called people pedophiles without any hard evidence.
Who specifically?
Who was it? Was it Sneeko?
EDP.
Bro, I mean, Sneeko was literally defending the shit out of cuties. Let's not pretend. Come on.
All right, well, that's my argument.
You know how many clips of him on Kick would exist of him saying minors are? Come on, like
it's comparable to Anthony Field with multiple testimonies against him. It's comparable.
Yeah, no, he's right. Like Sneeko defending that video borders like, oh god, me defending Sneeko in what world? Listen. Sneeko defended that movie, a big part of it was clearly to be different. And I say this because in my Sneeko video, my first one, the one that he streamed it and was like, oh, you're fucking slow and all that shit. I state and show that he made up the identity that he moved into because red pilling got popular. So I would argue 10 testimonies that are consistent versus Sneeko being like on video being like, I like cuties, is not comparable. Man.
Wait, you have Anthony Field saying that he's attracted to children? Because that changes everything.
Well, to Mr. Girl specifically, to Mr. Girl and Vito specifically, but Anthony Field, we have chats of him saying Max convinced me I'm a pedophile. But
okay, but are they sarcastically done? Come on.
I think a testimony is enough to.
Oh no, EDP had proof. Oh yeah, no. We're not talking about EDP. EDP had proof. EDP had DMs up the yin yang. No. Very different. We're not talking about EDP. I'm talking about Sneeko. What I'm saying is, me who would play Minecraft with Sneeko big time and thinks that he's one of the most vile people to exist. I don't know if I necessarily think there's enough to call him a Subway Jared.
I fully disagree. Yeah, especially when it's your sister's friend, right? And your sister saw it. That's totally inappropriate.
I mean, how is that not more pertinent than someone saying they're attracted to girls and cuties? We also have a testimony from Spencer.
Yeah, that's another thing I wanted to ask about. What does Spencer mean that he went and disguised himself to go meet sophomores, going back to the high school? What is that?
So, in the Wiley ISD school district, once you hit 5th grade, your school uniform is any color polo shirt and black khaki or navy pants. He would literally just dress like that and walk into the school to have lunch with freshman girls. And it's not that hard to get into the school during lunchtime.
And he did this periodically? This was something he did often?
I saw it a couple times, but yeah, I ended up moving lunch tables because I had a whole thing with my table.
What year was this?
This was... God, it was 2015 because it was right after I'd come back to Wiley from Houston.
Gotcha. Yeah, because that's around the time I graduated, and I don't know, maybe we went to different types of schools, but no, that would not have gotten. The security would have scored.
Lie, wrong. High school teacher. It's easy to get in, unfortunately. And a lot of schools, prior to especially the strong uptick in gun violence, had poor security. Just because you didn't experience... I worked at a high school where last year they had a lockdown because someone walked in who was an adult who didn't go there and wasn't a parent. Last year. It happens still. There have been lockdowns recently because of these things. And it's when uniforms are easy to because the other thing is a lot of teachers, when you have, especially in Quebec, they call them polytechniques. But that's what most schools in the US are. And I don't know what the word is in English, but y'all have these super schools that have 5,000 people in them. I promise you, I would have to do hallway supervisions a lot of the time in a school with 1,200 people. I did, and if there was somebody who matched the uniform, I would not have known the difference. I don't know who any of these people are. Christ, I had a situation happen between two kids, and I was supervising the junior middle school hallway, and then I had to go find a different teacher because I didn't even know their names. I was kid who looks like this did this thing to kid who looks like this. That's all I had. How is that evidence? You've never worked in a school. I graduated in why did I forget? 2017. And this was happening. I've heard it happen before. Gotta bounce the hand, reload a stream, have fun. Like, trust me, I could not recognize all 1,000 of them at the same time. Like, that happens. That actually pisses me off so much to just be like, no, it didn't. When it's something that's not hard to do. Like his lunchtime too, right? High schools let kids go down the street to go to like, you know, a real chief investigator would never say something like that. No, it's like, because they let kids go to whatever, like the store down the street at lunch. They're allowed to leave the property. God forbid you have a school with an alternate program. Let's say something like Sport-études or what's that in English? I don't know. The ones where you do the sports halfway through the day. The kids leave at noon. So you've got kids that normally are not allowed to leave the property, like 12, that are allowed to leave because they have to go to the arena or whatever. You've got taxi drivers coming in to bring the kids. You have alternate transport. You have sometimes like, oh, my uncle's coming to take us to practice. Yes, we are complaining about the poor coverage. Yeah. It's like, not to mention that kids would sneak out like all the time. I had a school. I went to a high school with when I graduated, it had 96 people in it. Okay? And people snuck off the property all the time. We had a lunch lady. Well, my 30-minute lunch. Okay. So right now this is the leak call with Mamamax. Right now what I'm annoyed about is Spencer claimed that this Camden guy would come in to the into the building of the high school during lunch hour pretending to be a student. And Nick and Mudahar are like, that didn't happen. Because it's hard to sneak into a high school. I worked at a high school. I worked at 3 different high schools in the last year. I can tell you that's not that hard to do. Like, especially when you have like thousands and thousands of kids in a building, which, like I said, some of these schools in the States have like a ton of students. In English schools that I know of, it's not that common to be above 2,000. To what I know, anyway. It could be in other provinces or I'm silly or whatever. But yes, Ryan's summary is oh my god, where I'm gonna pin that because that's for new people who come in. That's our TLDR. Yeah, it's like it's so much. This is like, well, I don't think that didn't happen to me. Because earlier, Mudahar claimed that he would not have fallen for that cult at 16, so it didn't happen.
It was a freshman sophomore table, and the girls that he was sitting with were definitely freshmen.
And dressing up as a student is
like without going through the office, showing his ID to get a badge, saying, "Hey, I'm visiting someone for lunch."
So this is what I'm saying. There's multiple things against Anthony Field. For me, I feel comfortable saying he is a pedophile.
Oh, hi, Street. Welcome to the channel.
Do anything to me legally for saying that, because if he were to, the girl who made the testimony would come forward and testify.
So she has his dick pic and has timestamps of when it was sent. That's real. It exists.
He does not have his dick pic.
So what does she have that she could come forward with?
Just her memory. But
wait, so you don't think that you could legally be held liable for the statements you're making if he were to sue you because you have someone who can come forward and tell you what happened?
Well, I'm just documenting what she said.
No, you are calling him a pedophile.
Correct. And to be able to successfully sue me for defamation, he would have to prove that I'm lying, which I'm not, because the girl is real and she sent me those DMs.
Wait, which DMs did she send you?
Telling me what Anthony Field did at the end of Believe All Abusers.
Okay.
So if Charlie can call Sneeko a pedophile because he said he's attracted to cuties, I think a testimony with multiple witnesses would be enough to call Anthony Field a pedophile.
So why is there no evidence that this happened if you're saying that this was done in front? I believe you said like your sister had seen this with her eyes. So like
this was a Snapchat that the girl did not save.
So it was open in front of a group of people then?
It was open at dinner at my house with my sister looking at it.
Can we get the ages specifically to the situation?
It was 14, but she looked 9. Like she's currently 26 and she
18?
still looks 12. He was 18 or 19 at the time.
Okay.
And that's another thing. Is the fact it's just everything. Like, how can you not see it?
I don't know why you're using Sneeko as a comparison.
No, I'm just saying when you see a specific. So let's say you're reached out to someone that you know that you've known your entire life, and they're like, "Hey, this dude sent me a dick pic when I was 14. Can you say something about it?" And you ask others about it, and they can verify that it did happen. Why would you not say something about it?
I think there's a difference between why would you say something about it in like a social setting to other people in your area saying, hey, this is pretty weird, you should probably stay away from that guy, and blasting it on your YouTube channel at the end of an abuse allegation response video. I think you know exactly what you were doing there.
It was pertinent to the video.
When I was watching the lyrics of anytime the Anthony Field situation came up, you said it was just...
Like I said, okay? Like some people are saying they had smaller schools, bigger schools, whatever. I'm just saying, like, it's definitely possible. Like, especially if you're still young and you can replicate the uniform. And that's like a big downside. There are schools that used to not have uniforms that are switching to uniforms because that became such an issue. I'm just saying, like, respectfully, people in the States are able to bring firearms into the schools. I'm sure somebody pretending to be a student could get into them. That's the blunt reality, I think, of the situation. You know? Like, that's what I'm saying.
Behavior, that's evidence enough.
So that when I say behavior, that's everything that's all encompassing. That's similar to why Charlie can say Sneeko is a pedophile. Is because of his behavior.
No, because Charlie has a clip of Sneeko saying something on record in 4K that he can pull up on his stream, and then you can't just go, Sneeko is a pedophile, end of conversation. You go, Sneeko is a pedophile here because of example A, example B, example C. You're saying Anthony Field is a pedophile because somebody texted me that. That's not comparable, not any version of the word.
I think it's more than the Sneeko saying he's attracted to children on a clip. Just because Anthony Field doesn't want to admit he's a pedophile doesn't mean he didn't do the things he did.
Okay, but do you see the difference, though?
But you think a testimony is more damning than an admission?
Sneeko makes an admission. This guy...
You can say he just write that off as a joke, though, just like Anthony Field saying Max convinced me I'm a pedophile. Like,
the thing is, you don't have any hardline evidence calling him that, or confirming that he was a pedophile, or he was sending illegal images.
My question for the Americans, do you have class size caps? Tamara, I don't know about the US, but in Canada, you could not go to a store and buy a school's uniform. You have to order it through the school only. To the ones I've seen, anyway. Okay. Because most of the classes I taught were like, well, I was actually blessed sometimes because I had enrichi program, etc. kids. My classes on with my enrichi groups were like 16 sometimes, if I was lucky. I had a couple that were small like that, like between 14 and 14, 18. But then I had like one class of 31, 28 and 26 or something on the bigger end.
A testimony is enough. A testimony does...
No, it's not enough. A testimony isn't enough. If you were to go to a fucking court and show a testimony, they would laugh you out and you would kill the case. Just like you're killing the case with Cam and Jordan Davis right now.
One moment.
Okay. I always have like so many questions about the American education system because it's so like interesting to me.
All right, let's see, what is this?
Yeah, no, some people go over. Yeah, it's true. I know that.
Okay. So, look at what I just sent you.
Yeah, you sent me a ChatGPT prompt, not a fucking legal definition.
Oh, this fucker.
We can argue legal semantics all we want. You're not lawyers.
Semantics. We have to look at exact definition, Max. This is the problem with this situation. You're going in with evidence that can't be 100% corroborated. You're going in with allegations as an evidence.
Why
are we talking to your lawyer, ChatGPT, right now? Like, what the fuck is going on?
Like right here, bro. You know, if I make a video on this is what I have to work with. How do you honestly think I can take your side? Logically, if tomorrow I was like, oh, where's Max getting his legal definition? Oh, ChatGPT. By the way, ChatGPT has also been getting fucking dumber over the last few months. I mean, come on.
If the judge and jury find a witness statement credible, they can charge or convict you of a crime based solely on witness testimony alone. That is from BergenCriminalAttorney.com. Y'all can look it up. We can argue this all day.
Okay, see, at least I actually tried to look it up on like, you know. My class, it was 16. It was accelerated though. That's why they were smaller. Because I was teaching a program where the students had to do all the curriculum with only 67% of the class time. We need to. I'm on it till this is done. I need this done. Because I'm not watching this on my own. I am gonna actually free boot for a minute because I have to pee again, but I don't want to stall anymore. So.
Show me that definition, not the ChatGPT. Why do you not bring me that one?
I'm giving you multiple.
Give me the one from the legal definition. Why do you bring me ChatGPT? Give me that right now.
ChatGPT understands the legal system. Like,
okay, you're joking. This is a fucking joke, Max. I actually don't think this is a joke. I think you are fucking over the victims by doing this shit. This is why I'm fucking mad at you. Because you're bringing ChatGPT and you tell me it understands the law, so it's a fucking lawyer? Is it registered under a bar license somewhere? I mean, come the fuck on. Show me the link you just talked about.
You want to? Okay.
Fucking hell. No, fucking.
Dude, it's crazy.
Why are we getting angry? Why are y'all so
There's-
tense?
so
about
I'm
it?
there's a
I'm
real-
literally ruining a fucking case. That's why I'm getting fucking mad at you.
You have 8 girls
I'm
relying on
really
you, and you have no idea what you're doing.
You
Like, it's so
literally told me
evident.
this all. I didn't fucking look at all this evidence. I didn't vet it properly. Now you're pulling up legal definitions.
That is not what I said, Mudahar. That's not what I
That is
said.
exactly what you
That is
said.
literally what
You are
said.
twisting my words right now?
I can transcript this call and we can go over this.
Okay, we can go over it. You are putting words in my mouth.
I'm not putting words in your mouth. That's what you said. You said you only verified Spencer's evidence. You didn't even properly analyze or timeline the evidence of the other victims. That's not putting words in your mouth. That's literally
Okay, can you allow me to clarify them?
Sure, clarify this, please.
Okay, I'm in the server where they are posting evidence. Not all of them have walked me through what the evidence is as to what the context is.
Okay, so you can't verify the evidence then.
What does that mean? I can't verify it.
You can't verify if what they're posting is legitimate.
It means there's a much larger issue here. Not only do we have no idea what's going on, it seems like you don't know what's going on.
I do know what's going on. I don't know the complete story.
You're the complete story. That's your job, just to get the complete story out there. You understand how crazy this sounds?
That is what we are working on.
Why did they come to you? I don't understand. You clearly have never done anything like this before.
And that is why I've been asking for help, Nick.
Why the hell did you make a statement of fact calling somebody a pedophile when you couldn't even properly watch?
Are we going to keep arguing this?
Yes!
Yeah, we are. We have to keep arguing it because you clearly don't understand the ramifications of what you're doing to this.
Because you're setting it up for the guy who potentially like molested and abused tons of women to fucking take the money you've given these victims in court in a civil case.
I'm gonna tell you right now, I actually believe the victims. I think that there is some malfeasance involved, but how you've handled this case and how you've been doing this call so far, you know who has a grounds to fucking sue you? You know who has some credibility to win now? It's Camden.
Not only is this guy not going to go in jail, you're going to end up paying him, bro. You need
Sorry,
money.
do you want to read what you read to me earlier? Because
You literally gave me a quote from a law. You literally named the agency. Just link me that.
Oh, you need to send it. You didn't send it.
oh, sorry.
Dumbass.
Yep.
Let's read this one together here.
This is on top of the lawyer I've been speaking with, multiple lawyers I've been speaking with. Like y'all can scream at me and yell at me for being stupid, but I'm simply relaying you.
I'm not happy
what
that
I
you're being
want.
stupid. I'm noticing that 8 people, supposedly, and there may be more now, have put their trust directly in you. And you, clearly, self-admitted, need help and can't handle the situation that you're currently in. Every time that someone criticizes you about the story, you say, I'm doing what's best for the victims. And hiding behind those people. Yes, I understand. You found more people through your videos. You know what you also did? You made Spencer take the brunt of the scrutiny now because you can't provide anything about the person that supposedly abused her. So there's one side of the story out. Now everyone who's going to question it is questioning her, not him, because you didn't tell anybody about him. So yeah, you're damaging her by doing that. You understand that, right?
I think what's damaging, and Muta, sorry to call you out on this, but you spend all this time, you go on lives with these.
Hold on. Okay. Sorry, I had to go to the bathroom. Where am I? Hello? Girl. There we go. I will say, kind of a base take for Nick to acknowledge that Spencer is being hurt in the irresponsibility. I think that's a good take. Now, just because Max is not handling the evidence well, that shouldn't give Camden credit, though, necessarily. The existence of all this stuff or all these people at least should create a little bit of a hesitance. Oh my god, you can hear Gus's squeaks. Jesus. Yeah, I know. He's a little bit silly. Yeah, he's not wrong, but none of them are right. Yeah, exactly. It's like, I just think they're correlating a lot of things incorrectly, I think.
These other creators, but yet this is the first time you and I have sat down and had a conversation. Okay. You are in the server. You can literally just say, hey, does anyone want to schedule a time to call? I'd like to ask some questions. Like, it's...
every time I talk to somebody, it's always off the record because the evidence is under NDA, so what the fuck am I supposed to do?
Well, I mean, you can maybe absorb it. It's stuff that you can...
What? Make a video?
That's the problem, is nobody can do anything because
Release it with their approval. You can release it with their approval.
And if the evidence isn't substantial enough, I'm putting myself in a defamation issue?
So you don't believe them?
I mean, I believe them. I also believe evidence has to be 100% perfect.
There's a difference between believing somebody and being willing to...
I just sent it to you. Testimonials can serve as evidence, okay?
Yeah, the judge and jury must consider whether the witness statement is credible alongside looking at other forms of evidence.
Dude, this is so fucked. We're not even in court right now. You're talking about what could potentially get a conviction while you're trying to go to court of social media, and you're telling them you don't have any fucking evidence. You're taking the wrong stuff to the wrong place, dude.
What are you talking about? This is
Wait, you went public to...
right now.
the survivors want it, okay?
Well, then then you should advise the survivors.
We are turning it down. We are turning it down. Because that's blowing
That's
my
not the
ears.
best approach, and we should try to... They came to you for help. If they knew what to do, they would just do it. But you're supposed to be the one advising them on what to do, Max. This is on you. Do not bring them up.
It is on me. I will take responsibility for it. We are finding...
Oh yeah, my class of 28, kid punched another kid in the back once. Like it's when there's too many, it's impossible.
We have these survivors so that we can go to Georgia and file these reports in person because nobody's going to listen to us over the goddamn phones.
But what kind of timetable is on that now? But my point is
I get why you wouldn't watch us alone. Why do they sound so sassy? I wish I never wanted to be a teacher because what I would do is I would hit the Benjamin every time I cringe. But I'm not allowed to do that on camera, so...
ticking now. Like, the thing is, you're trying to get all these people together to go to Georgia to go make this directly, and you're telling me that you haven't even spoken to everybody in the group chat and not responding as much as you'd like to. So it's clear that I don't want to say you, because I'm not talking to you, Spencer, when I say this, but it's clear that Max doesn't have a grasp on the people he's already got. Why are you trying to add more if you can't control like the group that you already have?
Okay. I have some questions for you, Muda.
Sure.
Why did you choose not to respond to our direct communications, yet publicly lecture and criticize us in public streams?
Because you were hosting public streams with call-ins, and I called in as your friend, and I gave you advice. I didn't like
Why did you not why did you not contact me directly as your friend when I've been messaging you?
Did me, you, and Nux not have a call?
After months of reaching out to you and having a call with Nux first.
When did we? I gotta read our communications. Let me see.
You should. Because there's multiple times you said we should get in a call with the survivors as soon as we can.
Yeah,
And
we were supposed to organize it, and it never happened. It was supposed to be me,
Days
Sarah,
passed,
the other creator.
days passed after messaging you back, and you never messaged me back.
Okay, you were supposed to organize this call. I didn't know that I was supposed to be organizing it.
I have an idea. I'll be back.
I need to know your schedule.
Okay, this was supposed to be a massive group call. You gave a schedule. It never happened. What do you want me to do? Do you want me to go
clear.
and call every other creator and organize their schedules for them too?
It
I
was
know my
clear.
schedule, I don't know theirs.
It was clear people were not responding to the mass call.
Right.
So we decided to reschedule.
And what happened with that?
We were waiting for Charlie to get back to us because we were going to fit it with his schedule.
So then why are you putting this weird blame on me? Clearly it's on him.
Well, I'm asking why you did not directly contact me, but contact us only in public streams.
Let's see, I contacted you November 27th.
You-
After I seen your
Spencer.
latest I caught up with this whole situation. I have texted you.
What it felt like seeing him on streams?
You went on with Tommy and Lyrics and are sitting there talking to them when you literally haven't spoken to the other survivors.
Hold on, can you put Max on for a second?
I'm right here.
That was snaky as fuck, dude. Oh, I'm coming after you, Moodhar. Stand back, Spencer. Can you tell him what you felt?
Girl. Okay. I'm gonna just randomly disappear sometimes, like this. For no reason. At all. I also have dry eyes. Now, children. Oh, shit. I genuinely need to stop laughing because the way Nick's like, stand up, like they're acting like they're fighting in real life. Like it's like they're on a fucking Discord call. The guy's saying I'm crazy. They're on a Discord call about a video on okay, they're on a Discord call about a guy who allegedly hunts a certain type of word. And and now Nick's like, stand back, I'm coming for you. Shit. It's just because I guess I'm so it's like over a Discord call. It's just such a like this is so why Ayana? Okay. I also just can't stop laughing because I know how polite they would be if they were all together in real life. Oh, man. Shit.
You are literally just a little snake hiding behind her, dude. That's disgusting.
Can you listen to me? Can you listen to
Okay,
me?
but we gotta play it back because I gotta live that over again.
So then why are you putting this weird blame on me? Clearly it's on him.
Well, I'm asking why you did not directly contact me, but contact us only in public streams.
Let's see, I contacted you November 27th.
You-
After I seen your latest
Spencer.
I caught up with this whole situation. I have texted you.
What it felt like seeing him on streams?
You went on with Tommy and Lyrics and are sitting there talking to them when you literally haven't spoken to the other survivors.
Hold on, can you put Max on for a second?
I'm right here.
That was snaky as fuck, dude. Oh, I'm coming after you, Moodhar. Stand back, Spencer. Can you tell him what you felt? You are literally just a little snake hiding behind her, dude. That's
Can you
disgusting.
listen to me? Can you listen to me? It was so fucking heartbreaking hearing Musa sit there and say that, oh, if this is fake, then I'll gladly put money towards Camden's defamation trial. That
But I thought you said it's fine with saying it's allegedly. Now all of a sudden, there's no like other side of the story.
Unrelated coughing. Fuck. I'm also just choking in general because I took a sip of this and I laughed at the same time. All right. Stand back. I need to think for a second. Okay, so we need to add Mudahar, which he apologized for in his video, but said he'd pay for Camden's. How do we spell defamation? I can't remember. Oh yes, I know how to do things. I guess I'm fucking laughing because it's just like I think, and I need to stress so many times that I'm not laughing at the situation involving Spencer. I'm laughing that she has to sit in this call while 3 people are scrambling at each other about who can be the most logical. Stop it.
How do you feel? How do you think that it makes myself and the other survivors feel when you're saying that? It is okay to think that, but you're going publicly and saying that to everybody else when you haven't spoken to the others. I'm just trying to understand, why would you do that without talking to us?
This is the only reasonable sentence that's been spoken in this entire call. Why would you say that shit publicly? It makes a difference. Yes. Thank you. Somebody finally said something.
Us.
Well, I talked with Max. Max is your representative. Max is supposed to be the one bringing the story across to everyone. And yes, if in the case that everything is actually...
Why is it my job?
Because you're the
What?
one-
What?
Fine. You're the one spearheading it. What do you mean?
Why is it your job? Because you're the fucking person who's running the investigation. This is your case.
This as well, and you haven't.
Yeah, why are you putting it all on me?
Because it's your
You're the
case.
fucking one bringing it. Why are you
Absolutely. I am the first one.
Yeah,
You are the only one. You haven't convinced anyone to come on board
You
yet.
haven't convinced exactly.
That's because you haven't been listening to this.
That's because you haven't been giving anybody anything to work with.
This for months.
Yeah,
Why-
that's a
Muta, why-
call, and I'm
Muta.
not moving anywhere close to the situation.
Muta, why can't you take initiative to talk to other survivors?
Well, I'm talking to you right now more than anybody else.
Well, you can literally go into the general chat.
I'm not in
and
that server anymore. I've had to leave that server because of Max's mega folder that I am going to question you about, by the way.
At the same time, while we're talking about this, and Mudahar is coming up and stuff like that, and you're saying that it was unfortunate to see what Muda would say about you on a live stream. Why was Max telling everybody that Muda saw the evidence and using the clout capital that comes with that to try to get people to believe it? Like Muda's saying it must be
saying
good.
that there is evidence there, even if it's unsubstantiated at the moment and he doesn't know the context. Like I said, he could have gone in there.
Well, Muda has to come out and
on general
clarify that it's not actionable because now it's attached to his name. People are looking at it. This is Muda approved.
Publicly saying he's seen some of what we are showing.
When you make me sign an NDA that's with the victims, and then you use me as clout capital to describe that I've seen the evidence, therefore it must be substantiated, I have to step in and say I'm not making that claim. I saw the evidence. Yes.
What
is
is
evidence
clout
that's
What is that?
It's what you're asking for when you're asking for Anthony Fantano and you're asking for Joe Rogan. Nobody asked for Joe Rogan for altruistic reasons. You want other people to say that you're doing a good job. So nobody questions what you're actually doing.
That is not what I want.
Well, what do you want? Because they can't show evidence. So what could you possibly get from them
How
other
many
than...
times do I have to tell you? You can show evidence. You have to get approval from the survivors.
Where was your approval? Because that should have been your... Then clearly you have...
Okay, whoa. Girls. Okay, girls. Relax. Shit. This feels like when I was having my middle schoolers prepare for a debate and this group of 4 that had a really stubborn kid started really getting heated with each other. And I was in a teacher evaluation with like my supervisor. So I was like, guys, keep the peace. No, listen. Tabarnak. Listen. Mike's arguing in my walls. There is the assumption of, okay, so it's like no one calls Joe Rogan for altruistic reasons, while, and my notes are gonna start having swear words in it because I'm getting too tired of this, talking to the MF who Spencer found from a video on YouTube. And I'm saying this because that the whole point of it, like, and Max is so stupid in how he did it. Okay, he sucks, and like because I have to say this all the time because the internet doesn't have a crumb of fucking nuance. Listen, okay, I'm going crazy. Max finds people through the videos. That's like obvious. So a really obvious, plausible cause, which still fits in his ego inflation narrative anyways, but isn't as stupid to be like, I wanted Anthony Fantano to make a video so you'd get complimented. He wants people to notice his channel. Because then, more people would go to him. And he can make more videos. But he can also resolve this, potentially, actually, maybe. Which, I guess the good thing of it is that you might get more tips on this situation now that it's blown up so much. I'm literally hiccuping from how angry I am. I'm gonna hold my breath for a second.
I haven't been speaking to your own survivors because I guess you didn't have any fucking approval to put in any of the 3 videos that you released. But on the 4th video, I'm sure all that evidence would have been there.
I have gotten approval from every single one of them for everything I've shown. And for
so
everything
for all the nothing that you've shown, you got everyone's approval.
I've been getting their approval.
I thought the NDA was because showing the evidence would cause it to be inadmissible in court. We had this discussion on your public stream.
There's multiple reasons why we have the NDA. The most important is to protect the survivors and their evidence. If they want it shown, then you are allowed to show it. If they don't want it shown, then you are not allowed to show it. It's that simple.
Well, evidently, I've done more than any other influencer, and I've spent 2 hours of my life in this call, and I've tried to get to the bottom of this. I've tried to get into it, and as combative as this call has been, I haven't shifted myself closer to anyone's side because there's just nothing compelling that's been thrown in this direction. It's all a testimony, and it's all there. And yes, I personally do believe that there has been some malfeasance. Is there proper evidence of a cult that I've seen? No. Is there proper evidence of people being actual pedophiles in this? Haven't seen a full confirmation of that yet.
Okay, we're good. We're good, gamers.
Beyond just everything that we've discussed, that has now been circulated.
Fuck it, we ball, girls.
Throughout the internet, that is bringing more doubt into this entire situation. So no, this is not on me. This is not on anybody. This is entirely on you, and I've done my part.
That's really childish to say it's only on me.
No, it's childish to lead 8 women to slaughter because your ego is too big.
Responsibility for their actions. Nicholas,
that's a joke, by the way.
You platform us after you platformed counter narratives, and you refused.
Max, I run a show called Rape Review. Okay, you don't want your 8 victims on Rape Review. They don't belong on fucking.
I run a show called Rape Review. You wouldn't want your victims on my show. Because Nicholas Diorio is so credible that his stream segment that he integrates while playing Peter Griffin on Fortnite is the death place of everyone's credibility. And I'm serious. I'm serious. This is far too humor. Wait, do you mean that I'm being too unserious or that like the content? Because like I can't like come on. Here, I'm going to show y'all the Peter Griffin integration thing that I'm talking about. URR stands for like the R Word review show, by the way. Where is it? Wait. Did he unlist them? Come. What? Whoa, 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 whoa. Hold on. I need to investigate something. Can I search my history? Oh. What's his bitch name? How do I spell it? Nicholas the Oreo.
titled it, how the law.
Is this unlisted? No. I found it, but it's not searchable for some reason. Oh, maybe because he might have gotten some warning or something. Okay. Let me see something. So this is Peter Griffin Fortnite, clearly. Is it this one? There's one stream that I watch that he like does it so many times. And it's like very annoying. Anyways, he's doing this while playing like the Fortnite streams, right? Which is also interesting. I presume not all of them. I don't want to snipe. I don't like sniping. I just want to see something.
Because it feels like every time like the authorities are
Okay, so they're watching the
maybe
call. That's what they're.
authorities are at fault, but every time it's like, so the medical professionals are like fucking dicks, and like also the homes are like treating me like shit, and like the police are also like apparently not doing anything. It's like again, it really stands out.
Dude, if you're a cop in the Mamamax universe,
Yeah,
you're
so that's.
like...
They're watching the call right now, but that's the show. I think that's what it stands for. Anyway, it is what it is. Let's keep watching. It's still commendable and effective that we got this call. I do have to say that, you know.
Rape review. Okay, I'm an entertainer who says stupid shit online. I absolutely cannot platform people in a situation like this. It's out of the realm of possibility.
But okay, wait, whoa. We got a second. We got enlightenment for a second.
Max, I run a show called Rape Review, okay? You don't want your 8 victims on Rape Review. They don't belong on fucking Rape Review, okay? I'm an entertainer who says stupid shit online. I absolutely cannot platform people in a situation like this.
You know what I'm actually gonna say? I'm happy that Nick didn't try to take over his investigation or Mudahar publicly. Because I think that's where they would have lost all the message here. He's right. That's like, honestly, what timestamp is that? Because I'm going to clip that later.
Okay, you don't want your fucking...
Okay, so 1:59:35-ish. I just picked up the wrong pin. 1:59. Let's just do 20. Like, yeah, no, that's the name of his show. He has like a whole it looks like the, you know, like the drama alert opening, it looks like that, but then it says like the name of the show. Yeah. No, it's like a thing that has existed, yes. But it's also, these people have like fan bases that will harass you like crazy, and then like they'll make streams on it over and over. It's like really bad. So like, I'm just like, at this point, I just make it clear in my videos, like where I align, where I stand, what communities I stand in, and which ones I don't. That's like where I'm at now, you know? Because it clearly there's a demographic for it if it's prominent in its way and it's existed for this long, though. And that's just the harsh reality of life, unfortunately.
You don't want your 8 victims on Rape Review. They don't belong on fucking Rape Review. Okay, I'm an entertainer who says stupid shit online. I absolutely cannot platform people in a situation like this. It's out of the realm of possibility for anything that I should be doing.
Except counter narrative.
Oh, I'm sorry. Was the 3 videos of yours that I watched not your narrative? Was that Cameron's narrative too? Has he infiltrated your cult?
What are you talking about?
I watched your fucking videos, Max, for 4.5 hours. How is that counter narrative?
You platform counter narratives, but you were not willing to platform the survivors. That is called milieu control. That is called milieu control.
No, that is called knowing my limitations and knowing what's appropriate. Clearly something that you were unable to figure out for yourself.
One of 8 criteria.
That's also true. That's also real as fuck.
Okay, that is milieu control.
Am I being fucking punked? Is there a camera somewhere in the room? Is this a fucking joke to you?
It seems like it's more of a joke to you.
You're like, I'm doing all the fucking crossing the T's, but... Yeah. Honestly, Max, I don't think there's anything much more that I can glean out of this. You haven't provided me a shred of evidence that's going to convert anything. In fact, what's hilarious about this is now I'm finding out there's a super secret evidence channel that I didn't have access to. So again, how you could even say that Mina's looked at all the evidence when I haven't looked at all the evidence is beyond me. And again, I'm putting this entire situation on you because you're the one that brought this to the platform. You're the one that's talking about this in such a in such an illogical manner. Not
That's part of you.
illogical.
That is
How's
part
that
of
mean? Did I make a video on this?
Case.
Did I make a video on this, Max? Did I?
You have spoken on live streams.
I've spoken on your live streams.
Only mine?
And I've spoken on
My live streams.
Yeah, Nicholas's live stream.
And who else?
Tommy C. Yeah.
And who else?
Oh, by the way, you re-victimized Tommy C, a CSA survivor, with the QR codes I had to look through individually and read.
Why, because he criticized your YouTube video, Max?
So he can tell me to suck his dick and call me a pedophile, but I can't do that to him in a QR code?
Ah! Yes. I was saying, Christ, that, yes, I know. The delay is long. Oops. Okay, so what I was saying is that it aligns perfectly with their reputations. Because they are people who are often known for exposing when women lie in these circumstances. And if they were to all of a sudden take up a case and be gung-ho about it, that's out of character. But at the same time, this is effective because Max is a dum-dum. And this is why, like, here it's I find this is why I've also been like kind of somewhat weirdly charitable. Nick Diorio and those people do good in the community, just not how they think they do. They think that they are these like steadfast journalists with excellent takes that like show the truth for what it is, and that's why people respect them. No, I think what it is that y'all being so close but so far away all the time, as in having like the right take but the wrong intention or vice versa, allows for a lot of other people to have the resources to hop into the story themselves and bring in these nuances and counterpoints that are very helpful in constructing that narrative, I think. So it's like, you're not where you think you are, but there are elements I can respect. And that's why I've been like weirdly charitable. Because if without Nick and Mudahar, we would have not really gotten where we are, really. Nick, Mudahar, Xylee, Chud Logic, realistically. And what's his name? Tommy F. No. Tommy something. Tommy NC? Something like that. I have it in my notes, but I don't want to dig for it, but him too. So that's it. That's the reality. Here, I like to be based, but I also like to be honest, right? We are responsible for our actions and can right our wrongs and state our wrongs. But we also need to state our rights. Tommy C, not NC, it's just C. I know we want to get a real investigation. Hopefully, I will lay it out in a fair way that's like conducive to what can make an actually quality video. That's why I've spent so many hours researching.
It's all on you, and you're digging your fucking grave right now.
Because obviously, I've also done like double the amount of time alone already. Like I don't bring everything to y'all.
I'm just gonna say it for just because I have to say it. You need to hand the situation off to a proper investigator, a proper journalist.
Why don't you take it, Mudahar?
Am I a law enforcement?
If you think he's a proper journalist, that's the problem. What's wrong with you?
So you can talk about other cases, but you can't talk about this one.
What other cases have I talked about?
Are you telling me you have not done any investigation on any other case whatsoever?
What other cases specifically? That's what I'm asking you. I have investigated other cases. What were those cases? What was the nature of them?
Why do you have to quiz
You're
him?
like a pedophile hunter, right? You like do this. You've covered quite a few cases, but for some reason you're telling us that this one seems particularly difficult. So are all cases built the same? Just because Mudahar has done Club Penguin, he can march these 8 girls down to Georgia? Like that's just like a normal thing to do.
Not what we're asking for.
Oh, you know what? I'm sorry, you're not being very clear about it.
Survivors earn our trust, and then maybe we would have shown him more evidence. The thing is we don't know who to trust right now because of the shit that's been happening. We knew the shit was gonna come regardless. Like, how are we supposed to allow certain YouTubers to see this evidence and trust that later on they're not going to turn around after getting our permission and then say something negative about it?
Well, saying something negative about it isn't necessarily a bad thing, because that's an opinion. Like, to say something negative about something they've seen would just be a statement you don't like. It wouldn't necessarily be something malicious, right?
Well, I mean malicious statements in general. Like, there's fucking shit that people are saying about me now, and it's like...
Well, yeah, that's Max's fault, because you are literally the front of this entire thing, right? Yeah, dude, because using it as a human shield, does it hurt? Does it hurt the way that you're being used as a human shield?
I would very much like to point out that Muta going on to Tawny C and Lyrics, that brings more people that dislike it, that dislike Max out. There are people that are literally cyber-stalking survivors right now because of these commentary.
Are they cyber-stalking them, or are they looking for evidence that no...
My take is these guys were right to call Max into question. These guys were right to be like, the way you're handling evidence is messed up. They were wrong to put themselves in the position of grandeur that they were put themselves in, to act like they're the investigators of the world, to call into question Spencer's story with minute, skewed, questionable details that are not necessarily relevant, except for like small nicks that really aren't there. And they're just, there's a bit of buffoonery going on with the attitudes and stuff. But I can respect the chutzpah, the gusto to bring this up. Especially, even though Mudahar is bigger than Max. Max had like 700-something thousand. Nick is tiny in comparison. Even though he has like status in this sort of community. Right? It's, this type of stuff is crazy to get into. Even for the like seasoned critic. You know? So that's how I feel.
I feel like that's what everyone wanted, was we're going to go public with this so people look for evidence. But they're looking for evidence that...
They feel the same way about me. They would say that I'm dicey, that I'm skipping around things, that like I don't want to have a position because in reality I actually believe, you know, the more unpopular opinion or something like that. But like, that's just existing in different communities. That's just what it is.
We don't want to show them
Someone went all the way through Kai's fucking Facebook, found a post from like 3 years ago, and was trying to use that as like a gotcha for Max.
Well, yeah, that's what happens when you go public with a story instead of focusing on going through law enforcement. You're going public. There are negatives and there are positives going public. And I'm sure Max didn't explain that to you because it's clear he has no idea what he's doing.
Explain that to me. But the thing is when someone as influential as Muta goes on to these, it just perpetuates it even more. Like it makes people think, oh well, this big YouTuber said this on his
on those streams that was so counter to your narrative.
You said that the evidence that Max showed wasn't something that you would make a video on. It wasn't substantial enough to show on your YouTube channel. And you said those things because Max went around telling everybody that you'd seen the evidence and was using that as like a clout capital play so people would believe what he had to say. Because he's not going to show anything to everybody. I guess he hadn't gotten the permission yet.
You are speaking for us?
Well, you don't speak for yourself, Max.
I'm talking.
Okay.
All right. Do we need another break? Should we take 15 or something?
I got a fucking other investigation to do. I just want to get to the fucking bottom of this and be done. And
you won't. It's a complex case that has many survivors. You won't get to the bottom of it until you've spoken with all of them.
You haven't spoken to all of them.
Not in the call.
So you want me to do your job now?
That's not what I'm asking you.
What is Max supposed to do when these survivors are literally busy working and going to college and trying to better their lives? I don't really have much of a life, so I can focus all my time and energy on this if I need to. But they deserve their justice still, regardless of how busy they are.
So, and I would say,
too, Spencer, I put aside my hours to talk to you as well. So we can't just use the busy. I'm also a very busy individual.
We know, and we appreciate you taking the time.
That's why you could.
Girl, you're a YouTuber. Stop it. You're a YouTuber and a landlord. Those are both fake jobs. Yo. I need Everclear in my Alani.
A call between me and any of these survivors. Like,
Do you think that this call would have changed? Like, do you think after hearing everything you had to say today, okay, and we let you have the opportunity to speak, and I think it went pretty well for that portion of it. Do you think Muda would change any of the things that he said on my stream?
I don't think he would, and with the one point of the wanting to fund Camden's defense, that one was probably...
Okay, he didn't say, I want to fund Camden's defense.
I said literally, if this is a case where this person is being defamed, because I was dealing with no actual tangible evidence.
I understand that, but with these allegations, and you having been in that server after we had trusted you to be in there...
Yeah, and did I break your trust by leaking any of the evidence out?
Well, no, but you sit there and you say that...
Did Max do something wrong by mentioning my name in that server when there were multiple other creators? Like the right opinion, multiple other individuals in that server?
You're literally one of the most influential ones that's in there.
Right, that's why you mentioned my name.
The right opinion is not on that server.
My correction, there were other people in that server. I thought I saw Tron there.
You were the most influential and most trusted to me.
Then why did you mention my name when you know that I didn't give you a seal of approval on that evidence? You can understand how you put me in a bad position.
You went on Tommy's stream and you had already said you were seeing what is going on. I felt that was enough to be able to talk about it publicly.
Yeah, I said I saw what's going on, not that I endorsed it.
I didn't say you endorsed it.
Then what's the problem?
That's what I want to know.
Oh, so you have no problem with any of the stuff that was on my stream, Tommy's stream, or whoever's stream it went on?
There's a lot of things we have problems with.
Oh, that's a really answer question.
None of that matters anymore because we're trying to move forward here and not...
Where is that, Max? Where's forward?
Girl, you're trying to egg him on into internet drama. Bestie, come on. Hold a harmony chat all at the same time. Because I can't do this.
Yeah, a month ago, me and Nox had this conversation that the moment you bring out an ironclad video, I would be glad to signal boost. I would be glad to elaborate and talk about it.
We're working on it.
And when is that video supposed to come out?
I don't know. I don't have a production team.
Neither do I. You have a bigger team than I do. And I can say this for a fact. I'm a one-man show.
Hold on. How I held that harmony sounded like queso going, shrimp Alfredo. Ah! You know what I'm talking about? Y'all, I'm related coughing. Have y'all seen? We need a palate cleanser. Hold on. Oops, sorry. I'm making too many things. This thing.
Shrimp Alfredo.
That was just me right now. Oh man.
I don't think I know you know that it can't be a flattering video because while I side with the victims and I want to personally believe, I work on 100% evidence. You know, Charlie. I'm glad you mentioned Charlie and Sneeko, right? Charlie might be comfortable calling Sneeko a pedophile. I still wouldn't be comfortable publicly calling Sneeko a pedophile. You know why? Because I haven't seen any evidence that he has directly interact with a sex offender, pedophile, or something like that too. I could probably think that that's a joke. I'm not going to open myself up in a real legal matter. Okay? I'm not going to muddy the waters and ruin a potential case.
Exactly. So why are we not criticizing Charlie, but we're criticizing me? Like, why are we arguing with me when we're not arguing with Charlie?
I don't know. That's for you and him to get into a call and argue about and talk. That's not, look, I'm not like, he's a different person. You can get into a call with him and have your discussion. This is just between me and you. I don't know what goes on in his mind.
All right, let's also not pretend slandering a person with no online platform is the same thing as talking about Sneeko. Let's not.
Just got you straight screaming. Shut the fuck up. Oh no.
A very tiny.
Yeah, dude, him and Sneeko are practically neck and neck in viewership right now.
And Jesus. That 100% proves that he's a pedophile either. So that's one of the things I had to publicly apologize to him for. Because I, as your friend, kind of believe that you had some evidence sitting beside you, and now that I'm finding out that all you have are witness testimonies.
Only stream sees my personality. Good God.
I'm just explaining why I called him a pedophile and why I'm comfortable doing so.
Yeah, and you can also understand.
Our man has a Ben Shapiro cadence. That is all.
Why legally you may feel that way, but legally that shouldn't be a statement of fact. And you, as of now, based on everything that's still currently out, whatever you may have is still in your hard drive and by you. You can't say that is slanderous to have said about somebody. But I think all this is really besides the point, honestly. I think the last thing I have to talk to you about, honestly, and this was the biggest point for me, and you knew this was coming, was that mega folder. Because your explanation doesn't hold weight to it, Max, and it's a really, really serious allegation that I've been receiving countless DMs about over the last several days. From not just random...
Okay, hot girls, I'm going to teach you what that folder thing means, because I actually know the answer to this one. There are these folders. There's like this website that you can make big Dropbox folder type deals that you can store evidence in, and it will to my understanding, hypothetically, allegedly Minecraft, it will cross reference evidence with things accessible in like CSA files for the FBI and things like that. And that is what he was allegedly uploading it into, or something like that. But it was essentially a folder storage website, and it had like a folder of evidence, different images and things like that. Oop.
viewers, but from actual larger creators as well too, in regards to that folder.
I'm 97% sure that's what he's talking about.
I have been, not co-signing, but I've been friendly on your terms, and people contact me, Nexpo, Nick Crowley, a lot of these people in regards to you. So I want to ask what the story for the mega folder is.
Okay. Like I explained, the mega folder and why it was publicly available was evidence of predators. This includes them masturbating on camera while I am telling them I'm a 15-year-old girl. Okay. This was made available so that people could see that these videos.
Oh my god! This, okay. Either I was not listening the first time in Mudahar's video, or this was left out initially. But it wasn't that clear to me that that folder had straight corn on it. And then it was publicly accessible, uploaded and co-signed by a YouTuber. That's insane. I don't like using that word because it could be like ableist, but I don't know what else to say. Like, that shit's crazy. Oh no. Okay. Hold on. Shit. Okay. Max uploaded a folder publicly that contained evidence of Jared's oh my god. I can't write and speak at the same time because this is such an insane sentence. Okay. Muda uploaded a folder publicly. Not Muda. Holy shit. Don't sue me. Max uploaded a folder publicly that contained evidence of Subway Jared's, including straight up corn.
And this needs to be taken to law enforcement. If it was sent to law enforcement by Mega, then it is serving the purpose it was intended for.
But see, the problem with that
Mega
folder
folder
you got was because one of your files triggered a known CSEM hash. And it's very, very rare for you to do that. You'd actually have to put real child pornography, not an image of a predator masturbating, because it doesn't file the CSEM fingerprinting. It wouldn't be you pretending to be underage, because that still wouldn't trigger a CSEM fingerprint. Well, what triggers a CSEM fingerprint is like Daisy's destruction, a known piece of child pornography that already.
Hello, my man and
I don't know
Gus.
what to tell you. I've never distributed.
Hello, Gus.
And I don't get anywhere near it. All I can tell you is that we uploaded the footage of predators masturbating while there's text messages saying I'm a.
The FBI flagged the folder because he uploaded cheese pizza that was already recognized into a publicly available folder for the public from a YouTube channel. All right, gamers, how do we pull that down? Okay. 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 Holy shit. Okay. Okay. FBI flagged content in the folder for being, we know, which is only possible with content already submitted Yeah, it got flagged and he's not in jail. Shows how good the FBI is doing their job. Which wasn't that their whole thing? Like, well, the FBI hasn't immediately blown this guy's house up, so therefore it never happened. Like, I'm broken again. This is just so. Oh my god.
I'm a 14-year-old girl, and they saw that. If they want to constitute that as child sexual exploitation material, then I wouldn't disagree if I was actually a 14-year-old girl. But
no, but you're not getting the video that you would have to be hashed by the FBI or any of these agencies as actual child porn, and it would have to be put into a server, so that would be confirmed material. They would never trigger a hash on something that was just, I could pretend, oh, I'm like a 12-year-old girl or something, and I upload a video of myself or some shit, and that would never trigger any hash. The hash is only triggered because it's directly compared to an actual piece of illegal video or photo uploaded.
If I could interject for just 1 second, how do you know what was? Did they notify you what videos triggered this or took your account down?
Yeah, the hash in particular, maybe.
So, like I said, I don't have access to the account that was used to make that mega. I sent all of my evidence to a member of my team. It was a non-hacker, and they uploaded it and sent me the link.
So for all we know, that person could have posted something that triggered it.
I doubt it. They abandoned all their accounts after they upload shit. But and I checked the Mega Drive link. It only had just the evidence. That's all I can tell.
So that mega account wasn't yours then.
Correct.
I mean, if some hash was triggered, whoever you worked with absolutely uploaded child pornography.
I don't know what to tell you. I don't believe they would do that, but
okay. So happened after he signed it off to someone he worked with.
You're not supposed to trip the CSUN hash. I mean, but at the end of the day, like...
You're saying there's no way it could have been tripped by just me saying I'm a 14-year-old girl and Mega looks at that?
No, because Mega doesn't actually look at the video file. Those videos are encrypted. They check a pre-computed hash on public time.
Okay. Well, I can tell you if I was publicly distributing child pornography, the FBI would have arrested me already. Like, I don't know what to tell you. Like, they asked me questions regarding, like, Anthony Fields' tweets and why he's accusing me of being, like, a pedo killer.
So you had a meeting with the FBI. It wasn't just like a...
It was not a meeting. They left a card at my gate. I emailed them asking, yo, what's up? They said there's been some allegations about you on Twitter. They didn't say Twitter specifically, but I showed them, like, the screenshots of, or no, I was sent the screenshots of Anthony Field accusing me of being a pedo killer on Twitter, and he's spamming. He's adding the FBI repeatedly, just posting pictures of the subreddit and my videos. I talked to a lawyer. He just said don't talk to them, and that's what I'm doing.
Well, honestly, there's not much else to really discuss.
I have a few questions if it is okay.
Yes, but I would like to ask Muda, who's been asking about the Mega Drive stuff?
Everyone.
Every creator?
Just confidential. Like, I'm not going to give out names of who's been messaging me here.
It is about me. Like, I would like to know.
Yeah, well, that's...
Muda's not the FBI. I have to tell you.
Who's talking about me? You have to tell me, girl. You need to tell me who's talking about me, and because they're talking about me, I'm allowed to know.
Well, now that you have heard my testimony, are you going to clear things up, or are we just going to leave it in there?
Clear what up? The Mega?
Yes, because I would like to clarify to anyone who's asking.
Me, honestly, I would. I don't know if it was owned by you or your friend. That's what you're saying. The story, like, you see, that's...
I'm sorry, I'm staring off because I'm like listening so closely because I'm just like, this is so nuts. Sometimes Jaden will be at his desk, tic-tac and typing, and I'll be researching, and it's been like 40 minutes, and I'm just sitting like this. And he'll like shake my thing and be like, hello? And because he's like, you look so angry and you haven't moved. And it's because I'm listening to something and I'm like, what are they talking about? And this is where this is the phase that I've rolled into. It's just this on camera this time.
That's where I work with, right? Like you said, somebody else owns it. I don't know if that's true or not. I'm going to wait for whatever law enforcement agency has been tripped up. I'll wait for them to finish their investigation. That's not for me to decide because I don't have all the pertinent facts anymore. And I'm not going to speak to any creator on behalf. I haven't responded to anything. That's why I wanted to just talk first and figure things out. Honestly, I'm not totally satisfied on what I've heard, but I'm not going to continue to discuss with anybody else about things that aren't in my purview.
Okay, so you don't believe me?
I mean, I listened to your statement. You said that you don't own that Mega account. I don't know if that's owned by somebody else or not. You. That's the
I don't believe you. I feel like if you didn't own the Mega account, you would have said that initially.
No.
I wouldn't have just found out.
I already explained it to Muda in text.
But why did you went on a public stream?
Hold on.
I also
explained
explained it on stream multiple times.
You said it wasn't your Mega folder?
Yes, and I've answered this question to a few others, and I've said the exact same thing.
All right, I stand corrected then.
Here,
That clip is publicly available.
Let me just read what you've said to me. Is that okay? Can I repeat what you said to me about the Mega?
Yes.
Okay.
Because I couldn't find it. It wasn't publicly available. I don't know though. Honestly, Nick Diorio will be like, man, this guy posted on the 4th of July in 2013 a picture of his right foot in the sunlight, and you can tell by the angle of the shadow that it wasn't actually 5:30 or whatever time he had said initially. It was actually a different time. And that is how we know that we found him on Wattpad at the same time, traced by the account, because it's like he'll do shit like that. So I honestly kind of believe him. I digress.
Okay, you said the mega pertains to previous videos. There were multiple predator dick pics and videos of them masturbating, specifically for law enforcement. Let me grab the video. I timestamped and evidence of what was included in the drive, which was the full video of Italian come for you masturbating while I was messaging them with the guys as being minor. Any other examples from the video? If the mega's taken down, what exactly did they say? I'm not in charge of the drives. It was someone on my team who would distribute the evidence I documented. I only linked the drives after everything was uploaded. Yes, that was somebody on your team. So I don't know. I would assume that you should have some. Did you not get an email from that team member at all about this, or were you just not in communications with them?
It was someone non-named FF. That's all I know.
Okay. The thing is, like, you're linked to it, and like you're telling me one thing. I don't know.
I understand. If I get arrested for the FBI and am in prison for
I'm not saying anything publicly, but like the thing is, it's like this entire call, and this is what's really rubbed me the wrong way.
No, like Nick's Nick's giving the vibe of pretending to be FBI. Girl, give them your resume. Like, give them your resume, and then you can actually do that shit. Like, and then this could have all been better.
Okay. The fact that throughout this entire situation with evidence, like with witnesses and whatnot, that there's now I'm finding out that there is evidence, you just haven't established timelines. It really feels like you haven't put in your full effort into this case. And I set aside time for this, right? Like I've discussed this with you. I really don't appreciate when it gets like flipped onto me. Like I didn't set aside more time. I probably put more effort into this than any other creator that you've DM'd. So I can only imagine the fucking like level of dislike that would happen for another creator that is in this situation. The problem that I'm even more so having now is like, yes, I am part of somebody's like Tommy stream or somebody, and yes, if I'm going to be brought into something, I am going to try to correct the record. I'm never going to tell somebody that I 100% stand this evidence, right? Until I can 100% hide behind it. I've had the same discussion with other like investigations I was on recently with Carl. Carl is comfortable making really heavy accusations. I am not, because I need to have something 100%. Even if, listen, let's just say that Camden Gerard Davis is like almost 100% guilty, right? The thing is, in this situation, there is not enough evidence to truly understand the scope of this, aside from eyewitness testimonies. If we're going, or not eyewitness, but like eyewitness testimonies, whatever, we need more substantial things. If you're bringing up a cult, we need to understand what this cult is. Right now, I have a merch link, but I don't have anything else that's about this cult. That's the problem. When we hear hundreds of people have been victimized, these things all need to be corroborated and substantiated.
But it was hundreds and hundreds and hundreds, so we're at least 600.
Yeah. Anyways, I gotta finish. I got another call.
I'm genuinely just speechless. Like, I'm genuinely just like I'm set, you know? like, before I was like, man, they're annoying, which is, I still hold that near and dear to me. But the fact that you just got a bitch to talk about a folder with cheese pizza in it. It's over. It's over. Wow. Wow. Okay. I don't even know, like.
It's been good talking. Look, I don't know how the video's gonna go. I will say this much right now. I was hoping to come into this call to get a full, complete story of Camden Gerard Davis to understand cult psychology and everything. But we're sitting in a situation where for months we still don't have the silver bullet evidence. That's really gonna keep us going, right? And that's me personally saying it, right? That's just from my assessment.
If need be, Muda, you can just wait for my video. Like, I'll try to explain as much as I can with what we have.
I can wait for your video, but like, you know, it's just again, you know, I'll wait for your video.
I was DM'd that this call was crazy. Okay, and I thought it was talking about the like Joe Rogan for altruistic reasons thing, and then the like ChatGPT lawyer stuff, which he like clipped in the video a bit, but like I thought it was getting like the context of all of that was like the bombshell, you know, no girl. Yes. Whoa. Girl. How did you fumble it that hard? Like that, like you, shit. It fumbled so badly that the only person getting charged with it is you. Yeah.
Yeah, take care, guys.
Thank you for taking time to do this. We really appreciate it.
Yeah, you too. Take care, man. Bye.
Bye-bye.
Are you deaf too, Max?
I'm down to keep talking to you if you have more questions.
Give me 1 second. I just want to go through it. We don't have to sit here for too long to do this, but there are a few more things I wanted to touch on.
Can I just ask one thing?
Go for it.
So what was the thing that set you and Muda off that y'all did not like?
It was a combination of the 10 hours of reacting to every single thing. I think your last stream was probably the worst, in my opinion. That pissed me off. I thought it was pretty embarrassing to debate like Smaggle Daggle. Like, these are total fucking idiots. So
I'm not trying to.
I said this in the stream. I don't know how much you've heard of it. I doubt you've heard much of it because honestly, I wouldn't have listened. I'll be honest. But like, when you're saying stuff like the survivors want to do this live stream, it really feels like they want to do the first half of the live stream. I don't understand why you're putting yourself in a situation where you have to debate 5 commentary orders at once. It's not helping you.
So as part of the documentary, it has been to like you've identified with the trailer. Like, we are documenting destructive influencers. We are taking the time to listen to their to their side, but when we ask if they can listen to our side and be platformed, we are being rejected. And that is an example of milieu control. As I explained earlier, there's one of 8 criteria to be identified as a cult leader, as laid out by Robert J. Lifton on thought reform, which is also known as brainwashing. This is just a small part of what I've learned reading all these cult books and talking to all these cult psychologists. We are documenting everything. Like, this very call is being documented.
Okay.
We want...
Yeah. All right. Questions.
Would have said, "Damn, I got a dip."
Is there any substantial evidence that led you to claim that Magnetar, Anthony, was documenting
Jail.
forms?
Sorry, guys.
There is
I know you were
cross-comparisons between
sleeping.
the videos he used in Mamamax is a manipulator, whatever he called it, and the Kiwi Farms like leak on me, the same videos, the same pictures. They could not have gotten any of that information without reaching out to someone who knew me, which was Anthony Field. Additionally, he's also okay showing my full driver's license.
Well, he didn't show your full driver's license. He just showed your name and date of birth, and he did that because you were being accused of lying about your age.
Oh yes,
Well,
high
just let everyone know,
unpoetic
Mamamax Research, look me
justice.
up. I have nothing to hide, and that wasn't your full name, was it?
I watched your Girl World video.
Was that your born name? You were born Max Striker?
It was not my birth name. No.
Okay, so when you say, "Look me up, Max Striker," I have no records, and people go, "Oh, wait, that's the point."
Girl, whoa! Well, no, I can't wait. Hold on, Mika, chill. I was about to say, oh my god, he just doxed him. Like, obviously, one, it was already out if it wasn't censored at this point. But 2, this was initially a private call, so never mind. I was acting like he just dropped that on live. Like, relax.
Been charged for it. I also just went through a name change process.
Yes, and also documents follow you even through a name change.
Sure,
So
but a social media footprint might not. Again, I wouldn't have put your driver's license in the video. But
regardless, that picture was also used by my exes, which was not censored.
Okay.
And people found my mother's house through that.
Well, I'm very sorry. I've had similar things happen with my family. I'm all over
Sucks.
Kiwi
I'm
Farms.
sorry. I'm sorry.
It's all right. It's fucking in this drama space that just fucking happens. It's whatever. So a few different things. I'll keep it short, obviously, but a few specific to you things because other people are asking about other investigations that you've done and stuff like that. And I was a bit curious in regards to your process, especially knowing now that I guess we've kind of tested the limits of what you can do because this is something that seems a bit out of your comfort zone. So I think that's a nice way to put it. So recently, people have been saying that your investigations kind of skew the line between fact and fiction because they're finding things that you've created as context for the video. I think people are pointing to the Discord server that you were an admin of when you were showing it, the lawsuit that you changed the name or whatever. How much of what you do is kayfabe and how much of it is legitimately like live? This is the investigation. Here it is.
So the investigations themselves are real, but obviously the films have fictional elements. There's multiple reasons. Like for example, the admin thing on the Discord server, I had to recreate it. Yeah, that was a recreation because I didn't have the originals. The IMVU thing, I wasn't. I don't know why people are saying
I forgot about that part too. Oh my god, Isaac's here. I also want to make you a mod and I forgot. Boop. I'm literally... Wait, where am I?
like it's a film, like but the
questions. I want to just throw this right over to you. Is there any substantial evidence that led you to claim that Magnetar, Anthony, was doxing you on Kiwi Farms?
There is cross comparisons between them. Like they could not have gotten any of that information since.
Well, he didn't show your full driver's license. He just showed your name and date. Record.
It was not my birth name. No.
Okay, so when you say "Look me up, Max Record," I have no records, and people go, "Oh, wait, that's the point."
Even, but regardless, that picture was also used by my exes, which was not censored.
Just fucking happens. It's whatever. Other investigations that you've done and stuff like that, and I was a bit curious in regards to.
Yeah, they
your
literally
process.
call Nick DiOrio.
Especially
I think they call him like a troll on Kiwi Farms. Cause I was looking him up. Oh, it's my friends and I were talking about how old they all were or whatever. But then when I was looking, just on like the front page, I kept getting like Kiwi Farm stuff. I was like, damn.
I guess we kind of tested the limits of what you can do because this is something that seems a bit out of your comfort zone. So I think that's a nice way to put it. So recently, people have been saying that your investigations kind of skew the line between fact and fiction because they're finding things that you've created as context for the video. I think people are pointing to the Discord server that you were an admin of when you were showing it, the lawsuit that you changed the name or whatever. How much of what you do is kayfabe and how much of it is legitimately like live? This is the investigation. Here it is.
So the investigations themselves are real, but obviously the films have fictional elements. There's multiple reasons. Like for example, the admin thing on the Discord server, I had to recreate it. Yeah, that was a recreation because I didn't have the originals. The IMVU thing, I wasn't. I don't know why people are saying like it's a film. Like I'm presenting it as if it were to be real, but I didn't think people would take it as that. Like,
well, you like pedophiles. You don't think that people are going to think your videos are real?
So that's the thing. So I want everyone, when you watch my video, to assume everything is fake, except like when I show a pedo's face and what they're doing. Like, because obviously that's all real, and that's why we include like Mega Drive links to show like this is the full evidence. This is all real. Everything else should be considered fake, whether it's real or not. Like if I'm sending viruses to a pedo, whether that's fake or real, that's on purpose because I don't want people to know if I'm actually sending viruses to pedos because that's implicating myself.
Okay. So I guess the next logical question from there is just asking because now it's come up saying like, well, you've never been to court. What have you done? What is the
I explained this like 3 hours ago, y'all. Come on. Take out your notebooks. You should have taken this down. He essentially, what he's doing is like how Shakespeare documented like Julius Caesar, where it was something that happened, but it had all these extra scenes and conversations that weren't actually documented. You're just dramatizing it. He's trying to do that with Subway Jared's. He's doing like Hamlet about Subway Jared's.
The most substantial outcome of a predator hunt that you've done? What is the final nail in the coffin? Like if you had to go tell somebody, oh, what do you do? What does Max Striker do? What's your proudest moment?
Honestly, the hunting pedos isn't my proudest aspect. The thing I'm proud of is inspiring those who are CSA survivors to fight back. That is my goal.
Have you ever gotten someone arrested?
If I have, then I don't know it.
You went on my podcast to tell me that you got someone arrested and it was because of your video. Just to be clear, would you like to re-answer my question?
I've been emailed stuff like, hey, you got this guy arrested, congratulations.
You went on and you said, this guy was arrested, it was because of me, it was because of my video. And you told me that 2 years ago.
It's kind of egotistical of me to say. That was my video that did it. I don't know that for sure.
But then you said recently that he fled to the Philippines. So was Sonny ever arrested? Pablo Sonny? Did that ever even happen?
Yes, he did. All we know is that his last location we picked him up from was Mexico. Whether he fled to the Philippines or not, we don't know. We just know he has family there, and that's the most likely destination they would go to, just because.
But he was so he was arrested. That was.
Pablo Sonny? I don't think so. I think he got away.
Dude, what the fuck?
Yeah, if he was arrested, I have no idea.
Why did you tell me he was arrested? You said Pablo Sonny was arrested in my video. Did it? Why did you lie to me on my show?
You have a clip of that?
Yes, it's in something I've been currently editing.
Yeah, send it to me.
Okay, give me 2 seconds. I think there's even a video on YouTube. Actually, can you just jump in the screen share? I'll just pull it over because somebody archived it.
I guess I can hear stuff, but I can't see
Perfect.
anything.
That's all you need is a visual of the drawing. Okay, here you go. This is the 2 clips, contrasting clips of Pablo Sonny. Okay, so obviously one of them is December 29th, and the other is December 29th, 2021, and the other is November 27th, 2023. Okay. Okay. What is your primary goal? Is that then? What's your other?
That was unreasonably quickly. Like, I'm trying to pull up a picture of Homer Simpson in his Shining remake that took me twice as long as a full clip of this exact specific context. Girl. What?
Well, I guess the question is like the next getting at is like, okay, so you want to enact this change. What do you hope is the eventual result of your video?
Okay.
That's Ben Shapiro cadence. Holy.
I don't give a shit if my video comes back up. It did what it needed to do. The rapist that was in the video is currently in police custody. And
was that as a result of your video, or was that prior to the video?
Yes, it was because of the video. The video was about IMVU and this one predator. I made it about him and him alone.
IMVU is a game, right? You played the game and you exposed this guy.
Yes.
Do you mind walking me through the chain of events that led from your video to him being imprisoned?
Yeah. So I dropped the video. The end of the video is a call to action. Usually all my videos are a call to action, like find him, and we did.
So in this case, find him meant like you didn't know who he was. You wanted his doc so you could go to jail.
All we had was his face and his voice.
Right.
And out of that, I said find him, and then within 24 hours we found him. And then I started social engineering all of his friends to give me his information, and they did. And then we pegged him. He fled to Mexico. We found where he was in Mexico. I don't know if the police. He was from Canada, so I don't know if the police asked him to come back.
Terrible people are.
I don't know if the police asked him to come back, or he went on his own volition, or they forced him to come back. I don't know any of the details. I just know he went back to Canada and was in police custody for a certain amount of time.
So you lied.
So that was what I was told through Instagram posts when I was in contact with his friends.
You didn't remember that until I showed you the clip? You didn't remember that? Like, this is your biggest crown achievement that you got a pedophile arrested?
I didn't remember the details, no. I just remember he fled to Mexico. All the police custody shit. That was only shit I was told. I couldn't verify any of that.
So you just got on the stream and told everybody it was me. I did it. Mamamax #1.
Yeah, that's not cool. You can let people know I think that.
Gag to Canada, yeah.
That was one of the major points of contention. Last question. This is an ethical question, one of my favorite types of questions. In your previous investigations, what have you done to ensure the evidence you're passing over to police is sufficient to get prosecution? And what precautions do you take to make sure it's usable in a court of law?
So with Wayne's probably the best one. I mean, we literally had him in a voice call.
That question 8 boots down, as they say. But Nick doesn't know the answer. Hand to God. There's no way. Like, this isn't the person you should be answering that question to, girly. That should be Miss FBI agent. Like
it's like the Mega Drive. Like it's literally us saying we're 14 years old. He's saying, "Yeah, I want to see your pussy. I want to see I want you to ride me."
Start rubbing his hands together like a fly.
I'm young. I'm only 14. I think that should be sufficient to put him in prison. But the law says otherwise, I suppose, because as far as I know, he hasn't been in prison. And people
I've got him.
Talk to the deputy about why he hasn't been arrested. And I'm also actually going to start interviewing police local to me to see why pedophiles don't get arrested, because I know they all want to arrest them. It's just the law binds them.
So you've never actually gotten a pedophile arrested?
Not to my knowledge.
So your content is just making fun of pedophiles online?
I suppose, like I said, my biggest goal is to inspire survivors to fight back, and if I can do that, then I feel like I've done an adequate job.
All right, dude. I don't think I have really anything else. Let me do one more quick jump around. Nope. I think that is more than sufficient. So I'm probably gonna dip out. Thank you for having this chat with me, Spencer. It was nice to finally speak with you. I wish both of you nothing but the best. And if that guy did that shit, I hope you find him and
Nick,
I hope he goes to jail instead of just getting exposed online.
Can I say something to you, Nick?
Absolutely. We've talked for a while.
I really like you.
Why? I'm like a rude piece of shit.
I agree.
Like,
yes.
I feel bad for like snapping the way I do, but I am.
Don't worry, we went back and forth. I don't think that you've upset me in any way. I hope I didn't upset you. And if I did, I apologize.
No, you're good, dude.
Yes, I also apologize for snapping. Like, tensions got high. We're passionate about this.
Yeah, I want to see these people get justice. That's like
I didn't even know there was a fly
there's a difference
emoji.
between wanting to help somebody and being able to do that. And
Yes,
I know
more
if I could magically
sufficient.
snap my fingers and help all the
That
people
is
who are
more
working
than
with me, but I know my own
sufficient.
limitations, and those are not within my means. I think you need to reflect upon that. And I think you need to do something. I don't know what that is. I wouldn't have found myself in the position that you're in, to be honest. I don't envy the position that you're currently in.
I would really like a little bit of honey right now.
And I feel like talking to you in these ways, I feel like I'm not going to get through. So there's not really much else I can do to help you. I don't think I've helped, but I don't think I can do anything more to help than I didn't already do.
Every conversation makes a difference. And I think the thing that sets you aside from most of your friends is I believe you are a truth seeker, whereas they feel more self-serving. I say that because of how you defended Thomas. I say that because of your friendship with Zapti.
Bye, Sabrina. I'm about to get off. It's almost done.
The comeback, yeah.
Okay, so in terms of Bigby, I want you to know that I like him. Well, I did like him when I knew him.
Yeah, he kind of got run off again. I haven't really talked to Ed in a couple months, but it's unfortunate. People are shitty. What can you do?
Yeah,
He's a good guy.
I think so too.
And so is Shy. Really good kid.
Yes.
I felt like he didn't get a chance because he couldn't really express himself the way that he wanted to, and people use that as a way to shut him down.
People will use anything against you, as I know, like, and you know.
Yeah, I've been there.
I appreciate you taking the time to talk to us. I understand my mistakes, and we're working to clarify everything. Thank you, Nick.
No problem, buddy. Have a good night.
You too.
Okay. Holy shit. Was 97% of it awful? Yes. Was 90% of it blatant tomfoolery? Yes. But what that untarnished 3% brought us is worth itself 30 times. Even more than that. It's worth itself 300 times. Like, that's crazy. Okay. Wow. Shit. That was nuts. I have been on here for way too long. So I'm going to leave us there. Thank y'all for coming to this absolute silliness. And we might do a Foodie Beauty PowerPoint tomorrow. You kids, have fun. This is going to be the death of me, maybe. I'll see y'all around. That was crazy.